Bye. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Please let me know what I'm sounding like. Y'all know the drill. Y'all know the drill. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Let me do a quick roll call so y'all can hear my voice and let me know what I'm sounding like. All right, so
Nigga, did you just say
hey,
good morning?
good morning, man.
It's not morning, ma'am.
Well, it's morning for me. Charge it
What time zone you live in?
the same as you. Don't play with me.
So it's not morning.
Well, good afternoon, Trey. Thank you, Ebro. Thank you, girl. Good afternoon, man. Hey, Miss Margie. Hey, James. Hey, Mookie. Hey, Slay. Okay, sis, in the bushes, getting that work done. Okay, baby. Hey, McKay. Happy Labor Day weekend, girl. uh, let's see who else we got. That's about it. Hey, Rice K. Yes, I think I got everybody. Shout out to my moms in the building. Trey, listen, we're gonna have a good day today. We ain't gonna do all this angle. I'm trying not to do angle today. Not angle. Not angle, Trey. Oh well hell, he must have an attitude too. Lord have mercy.
What I do? Why are you being so aggressive?
I'm not being aggressive. I'm not gonna let you pick it
She's
on
an
me.
angry black woman, sir. What do you expect?
Y'all gonna start today. So y'all really gonna start today, huh? Okay. All right. All right. Hey Miss Gloria, good morning to you. Y'all hope everybody's having a beautiful Friday. Yeah, I've been sleeping. Was tired today, y'all. Have I been working hard this week or what? Trey ain't been doing shit. The truth been kind of working hard, I guess. But I got up earlier, y'all. But I laid back down and went my fat ass back to sleep, and it felt good.
You just not gonna
Okay.
throw. You just not gonna throw me a bone, huh? Nothing. Lifeline. You know, life preserver. No, you
I
just
said,
gonna let.
I said you've been working hard this week. You've
No,
been working hard.
you said you. Then you put in that. I guess.
I'm just saying, Trey ain't did shit this week. I'm gonna be honest. Trey ain't need a damn thing. Mm-mm.
But look at all the videos made about Trey this week.
Trey is a star. He ain't got to do video at this point. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I just have to wake up and say, that's it. Did you hear him? He said, he got guns. He don't believe in God.
Thank you, James. I just be talking shit, James. I just be talking shit, honey. I swear I do. Because fat or not, I am who I am, and I am okay with me. You know, I just be talking shit, James. All right, y'all, let's get into it. Shout out to the 25 people in the
What, are
building.
we not going to address the fact that Eve Brooke has blickies?
Ebro says, what?
Blickies.
She from
Licky?
Detroit. Gee, everybody in Detroit got a blick.
Really?
I
No,
went
we
to,
need to address the fact that a 60-year-old woman is saying words like blicky.
what is it?
That's what the young folk call guns.
Really? Yeah.
What is it again?
The blicky.
A
The crack.
blicky, like a bick with an L.
Yeah.
Blick.
Blick. The blick.
Oh
Blicky.
God.
You know.
What the hell? You know
E.
what? I'm
Brooks was
lost.
E. Brooks was accused of uh, enabling Trey to have a blicky while he was in Detroit. So
Oh
I'm guessing
God.
it's E. Brooks's blicky.
Oh God. Okay.
And what, bitch, I'm grown and legal.
You know what? I just don't understand why y'all. Oh,
That's part of my waking up and just doing what I do. I just
all you gotta do is wake up, Trey.
Yeah.
It is what it is. All you gotta do is
yeah.
wake up.
And
It's
me saying I'm legal is so what I had them guns. What you gonna do about it? That's gonna just make her mad and she gonna do 7 more lives.
See,
Which
he
Okay.
admitted.
I
The
He
don't care
admitted.
about
motherfucker who
none.
says
He admitted.
says the motherfucker who says she has an ulcer. Okay, so let's not go there. All right.
He admitted it. He admitted it.
And we learned yesterday through test well we learned yesterday in covering that whole Jacksonville shooting, the mentally ill can get weapons legally. Okay. hmm hmm
They ain't supposed to though. So you know
Thank,
if if if
thank
the
you,
if, if the
thank you.
people know about the shit that slip through the cracks, they can correct it. Be like, hey, turn your
Nope,
gun in, you crazy
nope,
motherfucker.
nope. Donald Trump signed in that you can have a background.
What kind of background?
He said that
The
mentally
mentally insane still can't get guns, sir.
no, but uh, people that have a mental background may apply
Wow.
and cannot be discriminated against.
But
That's
applying don't mean they got to grant it.
Mm,
that's crazy. That's crazy to
it
me.
used to be an official no go. Now it is looked on by a case by case basis.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, Ebooks lives in Canada. All right. So y'all, we're gonna continue with the we're still listening to the what was that guy's occupation? I want to think about it.
This was the FBI agent,
The FBI. Thank you, D Truth.
and
Thank you.
he's the communication investigation. I
Yeah,
mean,
he's doing the
he
whole
yeah he
cell
used cell
phone thing.
phones. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, D Truth. I appreciate that because I went blank. So we're gonna get into the remainder of his testimony, y'all, and then we're gonna see what's next. Okay, let's see. And shout out to everybody that's supporting this content. I honestly do appreciate y'all. I do. So be sure to hit the like button, get this live in the algorithm, and also feel free to hit the cash app. Okay, y'all. All right, let's get into it. I'm gonna take my banner down. If you want to cash out me, the cash app link is pinned at the top. Okay. All right. You know what? I have to put something. I'm gonna leave that up because I don't want that logo showing it where it shows anyway. No, not if I do it like this. Hold on. Let me do it like that. Still has that 8, but that's okay. All right, so let's get into it. The truth, Trey, stop me at any time. Yeah, it's on mute, y'all, because they're just coming back in. So it's on mute right now.
Is that sheriff ever going to do her hair?
Why are you worrying about that lady? What share?
The one
Oh,
standing
bro.
behind him, you know, big
I,
girl. Big girl ain't did
What?
her hair since this trial started. That
Oh
shit's been
God.
everywhere.
Oh
And then
God.
who told that bitch them glasses look good too?
Oh God. Did you? Are you on one today? Oh my goodness. Oh, let me do this. Let me say this, y'all.
It's a Dyke Turner.
Wait a minute. Does she have pink handcuffs?
She's a woman.
She shaped bad.
Real bad.
Why y'all talking about that sheriff lady? She ain't did
You know,
nothing to y'all.
normally I would attribute that to the bulletproof vest. But
That
that ain't
lady
the
ain't
bullet.
did
Yeah.
nothing
She
to
ain't
y'all.
got on no vest. You can see them titties.
No, she got a vest on. You can see it. You can see the outlet of it at the
Sir,
top.
her titties is not showing through the vest.
Okay, now we on to stop it. Just stop it.
What she
I
got
just
a
want
titty?
to no, stop
She
it.
got a titty vest. You know, the one that has the brassiere in it.
Stop it.
You never saw
Stop.
those?
Okay, now I just want to shout out D True for last night live, which was an excellent live. It's on private right now. I will bring it back, but a bitch wanted to try me. I woke up to a text message that my content was being played, and I just wanted to fuck with the fat bitch. And I'm sick of it. You feel me? So
I
it's
knew she
literally
was gonna do that. I knew it because she
I
just
wake
said,
up to text me to my and you know I'm just sick of it. Like honestly. Thank you, my Mika Pooh. Thank you for supporting the channel, baby. I appreciate you. And so yeah, if for anybody that missed that live, it was a good live, so I will not keep it on private for long. But because I want y'all to go back and watch the replay for anybody that didn't catch it. D True did an excellent job. He did. I enjoyed it, and so did a lot of people. You know, and so yeah, shout out to D Truth and thank you for gracing my platform last night and conducting that live. It was
"Thank
very
you for
informative.
having me. Thank you for
Oh,
having
you're
me."
so welcome. Anytime, anytime.
I'm not. You know, a lot of people don't.
Somebody was so engrossed in football that they couldn't participate, but I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing.
Nigga, I came.
He was there. Didn't know what was going on, but he was there.
just a slapper. All right, y'all, let's get into the testimony. Here we go. Do I have it on times two? Yeah. Well, not two, but yeah. I got it sped up a little bit, y'all. That's how we're getting through these hours and hours and hours.
See, she does have pink handcuffs. That should be
Oh
a good.
God.
That should be against
She's
the
a
rules.
woman. It's breast cancer awareness.
Well, first off, she doesn't look like a woman. Looks like
Oh
she
God.
could be, that way.
Very good. Yeah. You may proceed.
Thank you. Explain the data that is on page 10.
Yes, we're now looking the next activity on July 9th by Mr. Dinkins' phone showing 11:32 a.m. to 11:34 a.m.
All right. Now, between the timeframes of 11:32 a.m. and 11:34 a.m., does it show some type of movement of his cell phone?
Yes, it does.
If we go up to our legend, then is there an entry in the legend that we want to be interested in?
Yes, in the green color tag, we have the address of 509 Taylor Street.
Was 509 Taylor Street an address that was subject to the investigation conducted by the Davenport Police Department?
It ended up being yes.
Okay. And then what was that address associated with?
I believe it was an associate of Mr. Dinkins where he spent some of the day on July 9th.
Okay, and then would that be in accord with information that Mr. Dinkins provided in his interview and the child DL who talked about the activities between he, his father, and Breasia on July 9th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so then if we look at that bottom box at the lower portion of the diagram, what essentially is that telling us there?
So at the bottom, we have, again, the cell tower identifier and the date and time. So what we're seeing on here is from 11:32 to 11:34, we see movement from the top right of the screen to the middle of the screen as I have an arrow depicting that movement.
Okay, and then if we go to that top box, then essentially what is it telling us?
That's showing the earlier activity, 11:32, 11:34, the distances that are being hit in progression as it moves.
And if we focus on 509 Taylor Street, then is Mr. Dinkins' cell phone consistently hitting off the same tower?
As 509, it would not be at 509 yet until the next activity we see on the next slide.
Okay, all right, but it's coming within that area. Would that be fair to say?
It's moving towards that area, yes.
All right, let's go to page 10 of our exhibit. What are we seeing in page 10 of our exhibit?
Now we're seeing those two cell towers that are activated between 11:34 a.m. and 2:04 p.m. And you see the various distances from those two towers. You'll notice there's two areas that correlate to overlap between those two. I'm going to point one is going to be right here by 509 Taylor Street. And then we have another area to the left that also overlaps.
Okay. Does that give us an indication of the cellular device being fairly stationary or being stationary there at 509 Taylor Street?
It is consistent with that, yes.
Okay. And then you had talked earlier when we had discussions about metropolitan areas with a larger concentration of cell phone towers. Is this an example of where a cell phone would hit on towers within an area that are fairly close to one another?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. Now let's go to page number 12 of the exhibit. What are we seeing in page 12?
Page 12 is now taking from that 2:04 time period where we ended the last slide to now 2:16 p.m. on July 9th, showing now the activity begins at the bottom middle of the screen near the address of 509 Taylor Street. And then we see, if this was in motion, we'd see activity going from that bottom left to the top right, going to the area of 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, so to be clear then, is there movement then, a transition from the location of that cellular device heading toward 2744 East 53rd Street?
Yes,
And then what is the time frame associated with that again?
that's 2:04 to 2:16 p.m.
Going to page 13. What do we have happening here?
This is now after that activity at 2:41 p.m. The only activations that we see on this phone from July 9th at 2:41 until 5:54 a.m. on July 10th are the same cell tower and sector we saw the first slide, and the same distances again that would be consistent with the address of 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, and is 2744 East 53rd Street in our legend?
Yes, it is in the red.
Okay, I'm sorry, excuse me. So then if we look at 2:41 p.m. on July 9th to 5:54 a.m. on July 10th, does that give us any indication that that cell phone was within that region that entire time?
We don't know for sure for the entire time. There's only little activations that happen at this time. So there's activations at 10:45 p.m. and then that next activation with data is not until 3:32 a.m.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But then what I do see during this, if I'm looking at the overall records, there are 2 calls that take place at 3:11 and 3:12 a.m. Those are incoming calls that come to the phone that do not register a cell tower, which would be consistent with the phone being powered off or on Wi-Fi only. In other words, not connected to the cellular network.
Okay. You had an opportunity to look at Andrea Culberson's cellular phone data.
Correct.
Okay. Were you
Hey,
aware
Miss
that
Shirley,
Andrea
good
Culberson
to
worked
see
for
you.
AT&T?
Yes.
And were you aware that Andrea Culberson actually worked from home and had a desk with equipment associated with her responsibilities for AT&T at the home?
Yes.
Okay. If Andrea Culberson were to testify that she woke up at 3 o'clock and had tried to call Mr. Dinkins and found his phone there at the apartment, would that be consistent with her statement to law enforcement?
With her statement and her cell phone records, that would be consistent. Yes.
Okay. All right. And then go ahead and explain the other entries that we're seeing at 3:37 a.m. and then at 5:54 a.m.
Yes. So then there's only activity that short period, 3:32 to 3:37. There's a kind of a burst of activity, be consistent with the phone essentially being powered on. And then again, there's no activity again until 5:54 a.m. So between that, there's no calls that take place between that time frame. So I can't say for sure that the phone would be powered off or not. It's not communicating with the network.
Okay. All right. If a cell phone is plugged in and being charged, take that scenario and apply it to these variables.
It can be, if it's plugged in and being charged, if it's not on, it's not going to register with the network. So just being plugged in is not going to register with the network. It has to be turned on.
Gotcha. Going to page 14. What are we seeing on page 14?
Now 14, we kind of see an overview of some activity that happens for a short period of time from 5:54 a.m. to 6 a.m. What you're going to see is you see numbers listed here. It has 1 at the bottom right and an arrow going to the left where it has number 2. And it has an arrow going towards the top, number 3, again to the right, number 4, and then back down to number 5. What that shows is during this time period, we see activity where the phone hits towers and distances here, moving to the left, moving north, back to the east, and then back south. So by how each of those arcs interact, you can tell that there's movement that happens with the phone.
Okay. Show us on page 14 of this diagram where 2744 East 53rd Street is located.
It's going to be right here where the number 1 is, as well as right by the number 5.
All right. Were you aware of law enforcement having done a canvass looking for locations where there were video cameras that would pick up the movement of that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, during the time of creating this was the point of what I was putting together as we were using it in the investigation to focus efforts to pull video.
Okay. All right. So were you aware that there was video feed collected from Quickstar on 53rd?
Yes.
Were you aware that there was video feed collected on Eastern going north from a residence at Judson Court?
Yes.
Okay. So 1 to 2, would that go past Quickstar?
Yes, it would.
2 to 3, would that go down Eastern heading north past Judson Court?
Yes, it would.
And then were you aware that there was video collected at Woodland Avenue coming back south toward the apartment?
Yes,
Would that correlate with point 4, number 4 to number 1?
4 to 5, yep, yes.
Okay, and then between 3 and 4, is that the area of Veterans Memorial Parkway?
I believe so, yes.
All right, so this path of travel, what is the time frame associated with this path of travel?
This is 5:54 a.m. to 6 a.m.
And so with that being said, are we going to want to pay attention to video feed that comes in later on that explains this activity?
Yes, and also the phone number, we see that, so 5:54 is when the travel begins. There's then an incoming call to this phone at 5:55 a.m. from Andrea Culberson's phone.
Okay. Did you have information about Henry Deacons having left 744 East 53rd Street around a little before 5:54 a.m. with Notorious?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And did you have any information about Andrea Culberson calling him, which brought him back to the apartment?
Yes.
And what was the purpose for that call?
The purpose was to come back to get something. I don't recall exactly what that was.
Okay, all right. So would this be consistent if that testimony is offered?
Yes.
Okay. Going to page number 15, what do we see here?
This is now the next activity between 6 a.m. and 6:04 a.m., utilizing the one tower and distance we normally see associated with the residents of 2744 East 53rd Street, and then another tower just to the south of that has distances again in that same neighborhood of the of 53rd Street.
Can you point out those two towers?
Yes, we have the normal tower that we see with the larger distance at the residence, and then the next tower here at the bottom right. We're hitting off two different sectors at basically the same distances.
Okay, so is that cell phone hitting off the two towers basically at the same time?
Essentially, yes.
All right, and then from what you know here, what else can we deduce from this?
So what we know based on a 4-minute period and these hits happening, that the phone is going to be located in that immediate vicinity of the apartment complex.
Okay, now is there a call that is documented between Henry Deacon's phone and another cell phone?
Yes.
What is that cell phone number?
That's again 563-639-8716.
Whose telephone number is that?
That's Andrea Culberson's.
And what time is that?
6:01 a.m.
Going back to our earlier discussion, then does that activity correlate with calls relative to him coming back and picking up some item?
Yes.
All right. Going to page 16. What are we seeing on page 16?
This is now the next activity. At the bottom right, you see that last 6:04 a.m. activity with an arc just south of the address location. And then we have 6:05, another distance just to the west of the apartment, which again would show that the phone is now moving.
Okay. Is the phone moving westward?
West and north.
West and north. Okay. I want to take you to State's Exhibit number 38. So in looking at State's Exhibit number 38, if you would, on this particular diagram, does it give us areas that would correlate with this movement? For example, 53rd Street?
Yes, I believe we're looking at this bottom right area that we see here.
Okay. And then do you see Highway 61?
Yes, in the larger overall view, yes.
Yes. Okay. And then so Highway 61 movement north, does Highway 61 actually run north?
Yes.
All right. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about relative to this, does that cell phone stay powered on so we could track its movement?
There's no activity after this 6:05 a.m. until 7:02 a.m., which we'll see is a completely different area.
All right.
As we've seen for the previous, when this phone has been moving, we are seeing activity in the record showing that movement. So that would be consistent with the phone then being powered off at approximately 6:05 a.m.
Okay. So if it's powered off between 6:05 a.m. and 7:02 a.m., without the benefit of video surveillance, would we have any idea where that phone had traveled to?
With that, no.
All right. Going to page 17, explain what we've got on page 17.
Page 17 is now the reason I originally became involved with this case, and that's this data activity that occurs at 7:02 a.m.
What happened at 7:02 a.m.?
We had a burst of essentially activity for a very short period of time showing the phone on the network.
Okay.
And that was a considerable amount of distance away from the previous activity, which we saw in Davenport. We're now in the area near Comanche. And this activity became significant because this was the only time this phone had ever essentially traveled, into that area or even to the nearby area to the left of there.
Okay, I want to come back and revisit that topic of discussion, but for the time being, let's go to our legend. What entries do you have in the legend?
What we have first, obviously the red circles again being the Verizon tower locations. You see more of them in the area, excuse me. More of them again, you see more populated area of Davenport, there's more towers. We then have, again, in the red down here is 2744 53rd Street, which is the area of the previous cell tower hit. We then have the blue, the Walmart, which became important after we began investigating this cell tower hit. And then also on here at the top here, we have the location of where Breasia eventually was recovered.
Okay. Now the Walmart, which community is it located in, Comanche or Clinton?
In Clinton.
Okay. The cell phone tower that cell phone hit off, does it lie between Comanche and Clinton?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then so when that phone, Henry Dinkin's phone, hit on that cell phone tower, directionally, where did it place that cell phone?
To the north of the tower.
Okay. So did that then provide information for canvassing conducted by law enforcement on July 10th and thereafter in the area of Highway 30 going into and out of Clinton?
Yes.
All right. And did that produce some valuable information?
Yes, it did.
What type of information did it produce?
That allowed investigators to canvass for video, and they found video of Mr. Dinkins at a Walmart at the time of the cell tower hit.
Okay. Now, when you were going through and you were doing the analysis of his cell phone records, recognizing that he's at this location on July 10th, did you go back through those cell phone records to see if this was an area that his cell phone would regularly be located in or about?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you find?
This was the only time the phone had ever been anywhere near that area.
And how far back did you look?
6 months.
Going to page 18, tell me what we have on page 18.
Page 18 is now looking at a closer-up view of that cell tower and sector in relation to the Walmart and Clinton.
Okay. And what time do we get that very limited hit on that cell tower?
7:02 a.m.
Tell us what you mean by that. So it's coming on at 7:02 a.m. Then is the cell phone powered off after that, or what's going on?
It's consistent with that. It's just we get, I'd say, a blip of data at 7:02 a.m., and then we don't get anything again until, I believe, 8:05 a.m. So it would be consistent with a phone being turned off and then turned back off.
What if the battery had been removed from the cell phone?
We would have no data when that battery is removed.
Going to page 19.
So page 19 is now showing additional efforts that we did when early on in this investigation. When this hit took place, I had a colleague who went out and did what was called a drive test. So we have survey gear that goes out and measures a cell phone signal. So what that entails is that agent went up and down every road they could in this area where the cell tower was to get a overview of where this tower could possibly have coverage. Not just the strongest, clearest for a phone connection, but total, any possibility of where that phone could connect for that blip. So then we use that to send out search parties to search that area. As I said earlier, we know what we know, and this was the only known we had at the point of where to search for Breasia.
I want to direct your attention to events of July 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Was there a major search conducted up there in the Clinton area by virtue of this blip that had occurred at 7:02 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now going back to State's Exhibit number 38, I believe. Let me just pull that down. Yes, going back to State's Exhibit 38. On this particular map, can you show the jury, or not the jury, can you show us what area that was encompassed within that search that was conducted?
The areas I point with the pointer up to the top right of the board here of the exhibit, you see the cell tower, and then you can kind of see how it lines up with the presentation as far as the search areas that are broken out to cover the coverage area of that cell tower.
Okay, now those areas that were searched, is that all encompassed within those pink blocks that look like they've been divided up into grids?
The main focus of that tower is covered in there, yes.
Okay, all right. Going to page number 20. What information can we glean from page 20?
So now, based after 7:02 a.m., we had no activity now until it's 8:09 a.m. I believe I said 8:05 before. So at 8:09 a.m., the phone is now back on. However, it is now in the southwest of Davenport area. So now again, traveled a considerable amount of time in an hour and 7 minutes since the previous transaction.
So between 7:02 and 8:09, do we have any information about the location of that phone?
No, we do not.
And what are the reasons why we would not be able to locate or gather location information? What would have to happen?
Well, there's a couple things. One is just simply no activity, which I would find unlikely based on the movement of the phone. The other would be the phone is powered off in some sort of state or in Wi-Fi only.
We're going to circle the wagons again and go back to what you talked about when you were talking about engineering data. So even if there aren't telephone calls being made or received, as that phone is moving, are we still going to have that engineering information generated that would give us location information?
That stuff is happening in the background. It's not a guarantee, as I said, like that it would be necessarily recorded. But as we see on the other activity of the phone, when the phone has been moving, we do see that activity.
Okay, let's go to our legend. And what entries do we have in our legend on page 20?
We again have the red for the Verizon cell towers, and we now have a blue tag identifying a trailer or a motorhome that was located on Schmidt Road.
Okay. What association does that motorhome have to Henry Dinkins?
My understanding it is Mr. Dinkins' motorhome, and it was also a surveillance video associated with activity at that motorhome.
Certainly. Was that the location of that motorhome near the island of Credit Island?
Yes, just north of there, yes.
Okay. All right. So now tell us what happens then at 8:09 a.m.
So now is the first time we're getting a flurry of activity that takes place. And I have noted on here, this activity includes incoming and outgoing calls with 563-676-4247, which is the cell phone of Breaja's mother, Aisha Langford, I believe.
Okay. Give us, have you documented then the times of any type of activity between Mr. Dinkins' phone and Aisha Langford's phone?
I have notes here that detail which calls are for which, but I do not have them on this presentation.
Can you go ahead and give us that information?
Yes. So beginning at 8:09 and 8:10 a.m., there's two calls that are incoming from Aisha Langford that are forwarded, meaning they hit a cell tower, so it rang, but they were not answered. After that, there's an outgoing at 8:11 from Mr. Dinkins back to Aisha Langford, lasting 117 seconds. Then there, 8:15 a.m., there's an incoming call from Aisha Langford for 92 seconds. After that call ends, there's an incoming call now from Andrea Culberson that lasts 147 seconds. And then finally, there's another 8:19 call with Aisha Langford that I believe only lasts for a second, so not really completed call.
All right. Would it be fair to say then there was quite a bit of communication going back and forth or attempted by Aisha Langford with that telephone number or things that were coming in from Henry Dinkins?
Yes,
Okay. Now, would her cell phone records then speak to that?
yes.
All right. Going to page 21. What do we have in page 21?
21 is now the next activity, which is 8:25 a.m. That is now just using another cell tower in that same area, but now across the river, pointing back to the southwest towards Credit Island.
Does that suggest that the phone had crossed over to the Illinois side of the river?
No,
Just simply hitting on a tower over there?
correct.
Okay. Is there any type of calls coming in or going out during this period of time?
At that time, this is an incoming call from Aisha Langford again for 59 seconds,
And what time was she calling in again?
8:25 a.m.
All right. Where does that place Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
So I'll use this, that again, this tower is shooting back across the river. So you have Credit Island right here, and then
Are you aware of information reported that Mr. Dinkins had represented to Aisha Langford that during this period of time, he was heading down to the Davenport Police Department?
Objection leading, false or hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Well, to be clear, let me ask you this. Does his cell phone stay in this area?
after this period, no.
But up to this point in time, is his cell phone in this area?
Yes, the previous activity across the river near Schmidt Road and this all in the general southeast part of Davenport, southwest part, sorry.
Page 22, what do we see?
Page 22 is now taking the next activity at 8:32 a.m. To 8:44 a.m. And what we start is the bottom left of the screen. I have arrows again to help with movement. They're not identifying specific roads, just the general movement of the phone that goes to the north, then it goes to the east.
Okay. Is the cell phone traveling?
It is.
Okay. Now, so if it's heading north, is it going from our southern border down by the Mississippi and then starting to travel through Davenport heading north?
Yes.
And then as it's heading east, then would that start to take us more toward what would be our eastern border of Bettendorf?
Yes.
Okay. Is there something significant about this movement that correlates between contact that occurred between Henry Dinkins and Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Explain.
Sometime after this, I believe closer to the next time frame, 8:44-ish, Mr. Dinkins and Aisha Langford meet up and exchange the brother of Breasia at a McDonald's located, I believe, Eastern and Kimberly.
Is there any calls taking place during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay, what's the nature of the call activity?
Again, there's two outgoing calls to the number ending in 8716, which is Andrea Culberson. And then there's again a flurry 5 incoming and outgoing calls with the number ending in 4247, which is going to be Breaja's mother, Aisha Langford.
All right. And then there's a third number that you have up there. Do we have any idea who that is?
Yes, the number 563-888-3444 is a number that represents the Davenport Police Department.
Communication specialist Mona Varelli had testified that she had contact with Aisha Langford at 8:29 a.m. And then subsequently thereafter, she had called Henry Dinkins from the Davenport Police Department. Does that correlate with the 563-888-3444 number?
Yes, it does.
And then what time does that call come into Mr. Dinkins' phone?
That call is the one that takes place at 8:38 a.m.
8:38 a.m.
Last
Going to page 23. What does 23 tell us?
23 is now picking up the next activity, 8:44 a.m. to 8:48 a.m. We see the beginning of that activity is at the center of the page where the McDonald's is located, showing this phone then would be consistent with being at the McDonald's when this exchange occurs.
How long is the phone there in that area?
Only a couple of minutes.
Okay, from there then.
From there, the last hit we see is the 8:48:56, which is the right side of the screen, and the arc just to the east of the McDonald's, which would show that by that time, 8:48, the phone is now moved from the McDonald's.
Is there another incoming call that comes from the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, there is.
What time is that?
That's at 8:44 a.m.
All right. Going to page 24. I got to quit saying states exhibit. Page 24. What do we have happening here?
Now we kind of have a variety of movement that happens after the previous transactions. We have the McDonald's here in the middle right of the screen, bottom middle right. And our first activity is at 8:48, 8:49 with this large arc from the right side of the screen facing back to the left. After that, our next hit is a call at 9:12:08 a.m., which is the center left of the screen facing back to the west. Next is 9:19 at the far left of the screen. And then after that, we have 9:31, a call back to the right of the screen, close to the 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, who are those calls between?
There is one incoming and one outgoing with the number ending in 8716 for Andrea Culberson, and one incoming call from Aisha Langford during this time.
Just staying there then, with what we see, is Mr. Dinkins mobile during this period of time? Or I should say, is the cell phone mobile at this point in time?
Yes, it is moving.
Okay. Now, another thing that I want to ask you
I'm
about, when you time where it was shut down,
There is sometimes, yes.
okay? Explain that to us if you could.
There's the only time where I can tell where a phone is actually shut down. You obviously have the absence of data, but then when you have calls that are incoming calls that are coming that do not connect to a cell tower, that's going to indicate either the phone is off or in airplane mode, in a way that it is untrackable at that point.
Okay. Can you tell us what those timeframes were?
Specifically, I think I have it in a further slide. During this period here, I can't make that determination because there's not those missed calls.
Okay, let's talk about page 25.
Page 25 is now the next activity from 9:35 a.m. to 9:44 a.m. Again, showing the overall movement of Mr. Dinkins' phone. Here, we're going to start at the top right of the screen where we have activity just to the east of the residence. Again, I have arrows showing the general movement of the phone to the south and then back to the west towards a residence that's identified by 1321 East 39th Street in orange.
Who resides at 1321 East 39th Street?
My understanding is Mr. Dinkins' sister, McQuay.
Nita McQuay?
Yes,
All right. And did that address then become the subject of a search warrant?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Is that also one of the reasons why her cell phone was analyzed?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Page 26.
Now picking up at activity 9:44 a.m. to 9:52 a.m. And this is kind of a zoomed in version of the middle right of the screen. We have the address in orange again. And then we show all the different arcs that are taking place during this 8-minute time frame. And I have it, you see, in darker red, meaning there's more activations in that area. So meaning this area that's in the red is an area of interest just to the west and kind of southwest of the orange icon.
Okay, let's talk about just the different arcs so that we understand why there are so many arcs that appear. Explain that to us.
As the phone's on, it's communicating with many different towers, and those are getting at times captured by the network. And when they are, we're able to use them. So in here, it's just consistent with you're in the same place kind of during a lot of this, but there is some movement as well during this time frame.
Okay. Going to page 27.
So this now is picking up the next activity and an answer to one of your earlier questions. So this is showing 10:08 activity at 10:08 a.m. And during this time frame, there's an outgoing call to Andrea Culberson for 167 seconds. After this time frame, there's no other tower activity until 11:10 a.m. During this time, this is one of those times where I can say that the phone is off. During this time, there's 22 incoming calls to Mr. Dinkins' phone that do not hit cell towers and all go directly to voicemail.
Page 28.
We're now looking at 11:14 to 11:26 a.m., where we have, again, a series of calls. I have icons here, so we have two different sectors from the same tower, labeled 1 and 2. So we begin at 11:14 with calls on the north northeast sector of the tower identified. Again, 1114, 1115. All those calls are outgoing calls to Andrea Culberson. And then next we have 1122 on sector 2. Another outgoing, I'm sorry, that's an incoming call that ends up being forwarded. And then after that, 1124 and 1126 on the right-hand side of the screen facing back to the left, which is an outgoing call at 1124 and an incoming call from Aisha Langford at 1126.
Okay, now we're seeing that phone hitting off different towers. What location of town is this activity occurring in?
This is now kind of in the more downtown Davenport, a little slightly to the west.
And then can you show us the location of where the RV was located at?
The RV would be located here at the middle bottom in the blue.
Going to page 29.
29 is now the next activity from 11:29 a.m. to 11:46 during calls with 8716 Andrea Culberson and 2 additional numbers listed on the screen, 563-484-6834 and 563-459-7791. This shows first activity at the bottom left of the screen, 11:29, 11:31, and then moving to the right and to the north, going back where it settles in the proximity of 1321 East 39th Street.
All right, beyond Andrea Culberson's telephone number of the 86 or 8716, those other 2 numbers, are they numbers that belong to any of the individuals of
Appears familiar to me, but I don't recall as I sit here.
Okay, and then I'll hand you State's Exhibit 144 again.
Yes, the 563-484-6834 is the phone for Anita McQuay. And I was in the 779 that one ending in 779 is Helen Mosley, so the sister and the mother of Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, and then he's traveling up toward that area?
Correct.
All right, or I should say the cell phone is. And then finally, let me see, going to page 30.
Page 30 is now the last activity we have for the cell phone as it comes to the police department. This is from 11:49 a.m. to 12:04 p.m. When Mr. Dinkins approximately arrives to the police department. During this time, there's again activity with Andrea Culberson, his mother, and additional number of 8365.
Okay, and then do we know who that additional number of 8365 belongs to?
Off the top of my head, I would have to look to.
All right, and let's just make sure it's whether or not it's on our list of interested parties.
It is not.
Okay, all right. And then so once Mr. Dinkins arrives at the Davenport Police Department, is that essentially the end of the analysis?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to jump out of turn, given what we've got by way of time update, and I know she's got to fly back to Mexico City tomorrow morning. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
Yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
This is just another investigative draft that I created for this case for telephone number 563-468-0641.
Did you become aware of an individual by the name of Jared Brink
Yes.
reaching out to the Davenport, reaching out to Clinton authorities after Breasia Terrell's remains were discovered on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. What was your understanding of Jared Brink and any import that he would have to this investigation?
My understanding was that individual was the one that pulled a vehicle out of the area where Breasia's remains were found on the night she went missing.
All right. I know that the gaps will be filled through later testimony, but at the time that Jared Brink was interviewed, did he have a specific date as to when he would have pulled a vehicle of interest out of the area where Breasia's remains were recovered?
I can't recall if it was the specific date. It was around the general time frame of interest.
Okay. Did you then do some type of analysis of cell phone records for Mr. Brink's phone?
Yes.
What was the purpose for that analysis?
Again, when you get information from someone, it's used to fact check to see if there's something that could show that that individual has the right date or not.
Okay. Would it also help to identify if his cell phone was located in a particular area on a particular date at a particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive data that would help you make a determination about where Mr. Brink's cell phone was located during the early morning hours of July 10th of 2021? 420.
Yes,
And is that reflected in State's Exhibit 116?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 116.
No objection.
Exhibit 116 will be admitted.
Okay, all right. May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Handing you or showing page 1 of State's Exhibit 116. What does this document represent?
This again is my cover sheet regarding this case with Brazier Terrell, and it identifies the Verizon number of 563-468-0641. Investigative draft done on April 7th of 2021.
Who does this telephone number belong to?
It is my understanding in the individual that pulled the car out.
Okay, and is that Jared Brink?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you know what I'd like to do? I want you to write Jared Brink on that first page so that it's just very easy just to see who that number is associated with.
Sorry, the spelling of the,
Jerod, and then Brink, Brink. Going to page 2 of that report that you prepared, can you explain what we are seeing on page 2 of this report?
yes, this is showing the activity on July 10th, 2020 for the telephone number ending in 0641. And it shows that there's only activity at 2 times during this time period. The first is 4:28 a.m., which is going to be depicted in the top here, just above the red tag. The red tag on here, it's not listed. It identifies where Brazier remains were recovered. And then the next activity then is not until 6:59 a.m., which is down here at the bottom of the screen in Southeast Davenport, essentially showing that sometime between 4:28 a.m. and the next 6:58 a.m., the phone would have traveled from the first tower to the second.
Give me a moment. All right, I'm going to hand this to you, and I want you to look up close. For that bottom entry, relative to the direction of how that cell phone is hitting, what community would be right there in that area that cell phone ping would occur?
The area I'm seeing is Buffalo, or I can't really, Andalusia?
Andalusia?
Andalusia, yes,
So Buffalo, Andalusia.
yes.
Okay, all right.
Is that someone's name?
Now, as we go back then and we look at this particular document,
What?
What was he saying? Was that in an area or or someone's name?
I don't know. I think it's an area.
Okay, I was man. Buffalo. His name is Buffalo. Okay. All right, yeah, maybe it's the area. Okay.
I just want to make it clear. Are there a number of red dots spread throughout this document?
Yes,
What do those red dots represent?
those again are Verizon cell towers.
Okay, so at the time frame of 4:28 a.m., where is that device hitting off of?
That's hitting off a cell tower in the vicinity of where Brazier's remains were found. It's not the closest cell tower, but it is the next tower to the north.
Okay, and so then relative to the direction of where that cell phone would be hitting on the tower, would that encompass a sector that would include the area west along Highway 61?
Yes, it would.
All right, and what time was that?
That's 4:28 a.m.,
On what date?
July 10th, 2020.
And then the next time that cell phone gives us location information would be where?
6:59 a.m. down in the Buffalo area.
Okay. Did you have information of where Mr. Brink was employed during that period of time?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was he employed in an area in Scott County?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's just run through some other things very quickly. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's marked as safety exhibit number 111. $112, $114, and $115. Oh, and $113. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you State's Exhibits 110 through 115. Okay. For our record, what is State's Exhibit 110?
110 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-459-7791, the phone of Helen Mosley.
Okay. Is the defendant's mother?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 111.
State's Exhibit 111 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-484-6834, associated with Nita McQuay, the defendant's sister.
112.
112 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-200-3015, associated with Fornell Lang,
Who is Fornell Lang?
an associate of Mr. Dinkins.
Okay. And why would he be somebody that would even be of interest?
I believe that came up through interviews of some activity during the time frame. I can't recall specifically.
Okay. State's Exhibit 113.
113 again is an investigative draft for telephone number 312-597-5484, a phone associated with Genesis Johnson.
114.
Investigative draft 563-639-8716, the phone of Andrea Culberson.
115.
My investigative draft for telephone number 563-676-4247 for Aisha Langford.
Okay. Let's just talk these very generally. Relative to Helen Mosley and Nita McQuay, when you went through and analyzed their activities during the early morning hours of July 10th,
activity was consistent with their statements of being near the residence and then eventually going to the west of the state to a casino.
all right. And did it show either of those phones, individuals' phones, ever being up anywhere near the apartment of 2744 East 53rd Street?
No,
Or even being anywhere near the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were recovered?
no for where she was recovered. I will say there was some activity that could be up near the residence later after things were being reported on July 10th.
Okay. Fornell Lang.
Again, there was no activity on that phone that raised suspicion or contradicted anything that was known.
Okay. And was there anything about the location of his cell phone that would have tied him down to the area of Schmidt Road near that RV?
1 second. I believe earlier on the 9th, it's possibly down in that area, and the 10th,
Okay.
if I'm correct.
Okay. And actually, let me ask you this. Did his phone stay in a pretty static position during the timeframes that were of concern?
Yes,
Did he actually have a residence in the area of Davenport that would be more toward the southwestern portion?
this is my understanding, yes.
Okay. But was there any indication to show that that cell phone was moving around?
Not during the relevant time periods, no.
Okay. How does Genesis Johnson even come up?
Again, I can't recall the specifics. It's been a long time, but through interviews, I believe it was reported that she may have been with Mr. Dinkins on the 9th or the 10th.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Was there a review of individuals who may have called Mr. Dinkins during the relevant time frames where law enforcement was really focused on?
Yes,
Could she have possibly been an individual who called him?
yes.
Okay. And was there anything in her cellular data that would suggest that she would have been in areas of concern?
No, all the activity was consistent to one specific area.
And what would that area be associated with?
I believe a residence that came up during the investigation.
Okay. Andrea Culberson?
Yes, her records again were consistent with only towers usage that would be consistent with her residence.
Okay. I actually want to go through that one, and let's look at Andrea Culberson. What does page 1 show us?
Again, just a cover sheet of my name, where I belong to, and her telephone number.
And then going to page 2.
Page 2 is now showing the cell tower and sector used by her phone from 12:40 a.m. on July 9th to 11:57 a.m. on July 10th. It's hard to see as this is a black and white version, but here is the cell tower located right next to the apartment complex, if not on it. And here is the tag of where that apartment is located, clearly in that cell tower.
And during that window of time, did her cell phone remain in that area?
Yes.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 115.
115 is the investigative draft for 563-676-4247, the phone of Aisha Langford.
And in your review of the records for Aisha Langford, did you identify location information for her phone as well?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And then just overall, tell us what you noted just about her movement, if any.
Her movements were consistent with what was being provided to us as where she was, around her residence and her place of work.
Okay. Do you recall where she was employed?
I believe it was a Checkers, if I recall correctly.
Okay, all right. And then was the cell phone hitting on towers around the Checkers that she worked at?
Yes,
And then was her cell phone hitting on areas around her residence?
yes.
Okay, and then was there any information about her going over to the apartment complex at 2744 East 53rd during the evening of July 9th to drop off children's clothing?
I believe in the earlier, yes.
Okay, and then so was her cell phone movement consistent with that activity?
1 second. Yes,
All right, and then I'm going to address one other question. Did Aisha Langford's cell phone ever travel out of Davenport?
I can't, during this relevant time period, no, I can't recall for the overall records. I don't believe that hasn't been a focus of recently.
Yeah, but it's of July 9th, well, July 10th.
No.
All right, and so then during the hours after midnight going into July 10th, through her contact with law enforcement, was that cell phone ever up in the area of Clinton or where Breasia's remains were located?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness. Your Honor, did I introduce State's Exhibits 110, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce those records.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Oh, my God.
This way, sir.
Mr. Freeze.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, I'm showing you up there on the screen. Hopefully you can see it well enough. I believe this is Exhibit 116. Is that
So this is the defense, y'all. This is the defense. He's being cross-examined. Did you want to say anything about the prosecutor's question?
Well, this is very consistent with trying to place people in places, and the one that sticks out is him being in the area where they find her body on the day that she disappears by the Walmart. And then the one specific thing is the guy that pulled him out of the ditch was not far from where they find the remains of the young girl. And he never stated that he was out that way and for what reason that he was out that way. The other thing that stands out is the fact that at the time that he was being pulled out of the ditch, his cell phone was at the house.
Mm-hmm. And I noticed too that they established the whereabouts of the Andrea lady, his girlfriend
Yes.
or whatever, and the mama.
Yes, because
So
they're
pretty much with his testimony, he established everybody's whereabouts.
yes, he established that she had never left. The only two places she was at her home and her work, which is
Right.
establishing that there was no one else that could have been involved in this.
Yeah, that's what I got. Oh,
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right, I'm gonna
they're
move
just establishing that the mother was not involved because, again, people were raised. The defense is going to raise questions about the mother. Well, how do you know the mother didn't take her? How do you know she didn't run to the mother? And the mother is to blame for this. So they're trying to establish the mother was nowhere near any of those areas, and exactly where the mother said she was according to the cell phone data. They're saying you, sir, were not, and you didn't voluntarily give up your whereabouts. We had to trace you through cell phone records because you never told us why you went to that Walmart and where you went at 3:00 in the morning. Because you were clearly not there, and the testimony says you were not in the house. Where were you, and why would you either turn your phone off or leave the phone at the house? So they're picking at his alibi. He's saying I had nothing to do with it. I don't know. I have no clue what was happening. When I woke up, she was gone, which is not clearly true because you left the house. and the dummy took the phone with him when he left the house. Villa, whose testimony wasn't helpful? The FBI guy, or Dinkins?
He said when he was interrogated, they said when he was interrogated, he refused to circle or outline where he searched for her. He was not. Oh no,
Yeah,
I think he was a little combative as far as that phone was concerned, baby. He was real protective over that phone.
yeah, he's
Like
not.
he was trying to hide something from a girlfriend.
Yeah, well, there's another woman they mentioned that he calls.
Mhm. Mhm. All right, let's continue to listen, y'all.
Correct?
I can't see the number on it.
Well, let's say it is. This is the cell phone mapping data that you were asked to do, I believe, for Jared Brink's phone, right?
Yes,
And again, on top there says sectors used on July 10, 2020. Is that correct?
yes,
Is that the only day you were asked to use or to provide that data?
yes.
Why not July 9th?
I don't recall.
Well, didn't you just testify earlier that you were asked to do July 10th because that was the date that Briasia was disappeared?
As related to Mr. Dinkins' phone, when he came in contact with her, she was, as far as the witnesses that the investigation, she was last seen at 3:30 a.m. on July 10th.
And then Mr. Brink, I believe you testified that you were pulled Mr. Dinkins out of the ditch on July 10th, 2020.
Correct.
Who told you that?
One of the detectives, I believe, I can't recall, might have been the sergeant.
You don't recall the sergeant's last name?
Jeff Pfeiffer.
Jeff Pfeiffer told you that.
I believe so.
Do you recall when he told you that?
It would be very close to April 7th because he would have provided me the records and asked me to see if this phone was consistent with what he was being told.
April 7th of what year?
Should be of 2021.
Okay. So April 7th, 2021, Jeff Pfeiffer tells you that Henry Dinkins had been pulled out of a ditch right there near Kunow Implement, near where Briasia Terrell's remains had been found by Jared Brink.
What I was told is there was a witness that said they pulled somebody out. He had the records. He asked me to look at them and prepare an investigative draft of what that phone looked like on July 10th during that time frame.
But what I'm trying to drive at here is he was certain on the date being July 10th.
I think that's the date of relevance.
Okay. Date of relevance because that's the date she was last seen.
With last seen with Mr. Dinkins at 3:35 a.m. and it was believed it was early in the morning. So July 10th obviously would be the focus of when he was there.
Okay. Let's say that Mr. Brink travels this exact route every day with the same cell phone. His cell phone's on every day. He's going to show this exact same tower every day, isn't he?
He could if he hits off a tower at that time frame, but if that's his route, that would be his route, yes.
So you'd expect that every day, right?
I would expect if his route that he would, if there's cell tower evidence, it would be consistent with that route.
If Mr. Brink were to give us evidence, or we hear evidence regarding Mr. Brink's travel route to work every morning at 4 to 5 a.m., that he travels that road every day, then we can stand to expect that it's likely for him to have cell phone data, just like this you see in this exhibit, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And if that data is what we have, and he pulled Mr. Dinkins out, let's say in April of the year prior, there's no way of connecting those two, right?
No, April the year prior, there wouldn't be any data. Data for Verizon's only for a year.
So the leap in logic is that the officer tells you to get the cell phone data, to put Jerry Brink at that location by cell phone data, first of all, correct?
No, absolutely not. The question is, this individual says this happened at this specific time. As I said, we use the records to validate or exclude that. So I was given the records. I said, this phone is consistent with that statement.
Okay. You say this witness says this witness being Jeff Pfeiffer.
As far as I know, this is being provided to me secondhand. I did not talk to the individual.
But again, my question, very pointed, is this witness, Jeff Pfeiffer, said that Henry Dinkins was pulled out of the ditch by someone on July 10th.
Okay.
Is that right?
I believe by Mr. Brink, if I'm correct. That's who pulled him out.
And that's the assumption you were operating on, right?
Correct. I don't care who it is. I'm evaluating the records to see if where they are, and this is where they are.
But again, the assumption you're working from is that July 10th was the day it would have happened, right?
The July 10th was the date I was told to analyze, and which from the investigation would be what would be of interest.
Okay. You have no other cell phone data that puts Mr. Dinkins' cell phone anywhere in this area of Kunau implement. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that a lot of reasons cell phones don't transmit, right? There's airplane mode, number one.
Someone could put it in airplane mode, yes.
Someone could just turn it off, right?
In my experience, people do not turn off their phones, but that is certainly something that could happen.
If you have an 8 or 9-year-old kid who's just a pain in the neck and wants to get on your phone all the time, it wouldn't be unreasonable for a parent to turn that phone off, would it?
I wouldn't give that child access to my phone. It's on my person.
Okay. Phones go dead, don't they?
They can.
And when a phone goes dead, it doesn't transmit, does it?
Phones that are on chargers don't go dead, but correct. In a hypothetical world, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the cell phone data analysis that you were doing, after about 5 a.m. that morning, Henry Dinkins never left the town of Davenport until we see him with a cell phone pinging up in Clinton at 7 a.m. Is that correct?
If I'm following correctly. So we had no activity between the 3 o'clock time frame where the phone is at the residence and he's at the gas station, correct?
Correct.
So he's separated from his phone during that time frame. His phone comes back on at 5:50 something time frame. So where he is clearly is separate from where his phone is.
His phone's not transmitting, right?
I'm sorry, I'm talking about what a witness said, or as far as where the phone was located at that time. Yes, it's not transmitting from that 3:37 a.m. to approximately 5:52, 5:54 a.m.
Okay. Doesn't mean he's not with his phone, though, right?
I believe we know at 3:30 he is not with his phone.
Okay. Now, you also studied Aisha Langford's cell phone coverage that day, July 10th, 2020, right?
Correct.
Did you also notice phone calls that she was making that day? Was she making a high volume of calls?
I don't recall.
Did you notice any numbers that she was calling repeatedly?
From her records, I don't recall, as all that was being done at the initial investigation. And then as you eliminate people based on activity, you focus to where the evidence leads you.
You eliminate people based upon activity because they're not moving around, is what you're telling me.
No, the records are a part of it. So there's witness statements, there's surveillance video, all that is a part of the analysis. My part, obviously, I focus on the phone records, but I also need to know other information to evaluate that.
Like who she might be calling.
I'm sure the detectives did track down who she was in contact with, yes.
If she were calling people who have a long criminal record, would that be relevant?
Your Honor, Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no basis for this type of question, and just to throw that in is prejudicial.
Sustained.
Henry Dinkins, once the phone came back online at 7 a.m. and came back to Davenport, his phone remained on, correct?
No, that's not correct.
When did it go off?
If I can look at my notes again.
Please do.
The time I can confirm that it was off based on the 22 missed calls that went straight to voicemail was between 10:08 and 11:11 or 11:10 a.m.
And based upon your investigation, apart from that time, do we have any knowledge of Henry Dinkins having anyone else with him apart from his son, Detorius, or DL?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Special Agent Fennerin, let's assume that Mr. Brink's cell phone had not hit on that tower on July 10th in the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were found. Would then that be significant?
I don't know if it'd be significant. It would just mean we can't tell where his phone is during that time frame. So
Sure.
we can't corroborate it or not.
Okay, all right. But at any rate, are we going to look at the totality of all of the circumstances to understand the importance of that piece of evidence and where it fits into the equation?
Of course.
All right. And if someone doesn't have their cell phone with them, then is the cell phone going to hit on a tower?
If, sorry, how that's phrased.
Let me rephrase that. If someone doesn't have their cell phone with them, then that cell phone, is it going to hit only on the towers where it's located?
A cell phone is going to hit where the cell phone is located.
All right. And if an individual doesn't have their cell phone with them, can we track their movements then?
No, we cannot.
All right, I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Okay, let's see what's gonna
Yes.
go down, y'all. What you whispering to that lady, please? Thank you, ebooks. Y'all hit that cash out. Hit that like button. Support your girl.
Ms. Cunningham, are you calling your next witness?
The state would call DL.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Please have a seat.
So this is the little boy, the true. Hey, Tonya. This is the well, he sounds like he may be a teenager now.
Yeah, he's a teenager now because remember
Yeah,
he was what 8?
yeah.
So he'd be
His
11
voice a
now.
little deeper and everything.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. This should be interesting. Let's listen.
Ms. O'Donnell, you may proceed.
Thank you. Your
Detorius Langford, Detorious Lankford.
Okay, you said that awfully fast. Kim, were you able to get all that? Okay. Now, we've been referring to you by your initials. So is it okay if I call you D?
Yeah,
D, how old are you?
11,
When's your birthday?
October 28th.
D, what's the name of your mother?
Aisha Langford.
I want to talk to you about an individual named Briasia Terrell. Do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
my sister.
What would you call her?
Bree,
And was Bree older than you or younger than you?
older.
Do you know how many years older?
3.
Now, I want to go back to the summer of 2020. Back then, did you live with your sister Bree?
Yes,
How was your relationship with her?
great.
Were the two of you close?
Yes,
How close?
really close.
Fair to say she's kind of like a second mom?
Yeah,
Did she look out for you?
very much, yeah.
Do you know someone named Henry Dinkins?
Yes,
In the summer of 2020, did you have some contact with Henry Dinkins?
a little bit.
At some point in that summer, did you go to a cookout and see Henry Dinkins there?
Is she gonna establish that Henry Dinkins is the boy's daddy? I mean, Do you know someone named Henry Dean? Yeah, his voice done, you know, at a certain age, little boys, their voice, what they call, I think my grandma used to call it like their voice cracks. They get that deeper, you know, they get that deeper tone to their voice, and I guess his has cracked.
They
Um,
call it when your balls drop.
that's what when your ball, yeah, yeah, when your balls drop. So he's mature. But why didn't she establish that the man was his daddy?
Uh, I think they're gonna get to that.
Okay,
She's gonna ask him, "What is your relationship?"
okay, great. Because I just thought that was
But first,
weird.
they're establishing, "Do you know him?" And I think she did this on purpose to show
Right,
that they were estranged,
right.
meaning
And
it
he
wasn't.
did when
Yeah,
she asked him out the summer and
yeah.
their interaction. She
He
was
said
like, he was
briefly.
like little, yeah, a
Yeah,
little.
yeah, a little.
Hi, Melissa. Did I speak to you, sweetie? Yeah. All right, y'all. Let's get into it.
At the river.
At the river?
Yes.
Was your mother there at that cookout as well?
Yeah,
And what about Bree?
I believe so.
And did you see Henry then at the cookout as well?
Yeah,
Did you have some contact with him?
yeah,
At that time, did you also meet a lady named Andrea?
yeah.
Had you ever met her before?
No,
Were you able to determine if Andrea knew Henry?
uh, I don't think so.
Okay. At some point, did you come to believe that Andrea was Henry's friend or girlfriend?
I thought she was his friend at first.
Just his friend at first.
Yeah, I thought so.
Now, I know you might not know the exact date, but was there a period in July of 2020 where you and Bree were over at your grandmother or your Nana's house?
Yes,
And on that day, did Henry show up at your grandma's house?
yes.
What's your grandma's name?
Donita Gardner,
Do you know where she lives, her address?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1.
Can you slow down and say that one more time?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1.
Now, on the day that Henry came over to your grandma's house, did you know he was going to come over that day?
No,
When he arrived at your,
he came and got us, and we went to his house, and we was playing games.
now when you say he came and got us, who are you talking about?
Me and my sister.
Now, when Henry was at your grandmother's house, at some point, did you learn you were going to be going with him that day?
Yes,
How did you feel about that?
good.
Were you excited about that?
Yeah,
To your knowledge, did Bree want to go with you to Henry's house?
no, I asked
You asked who?
my grandma.
You asked your grandma what?
Can my sister come with me?
It's sped up just a bit, Melissa. I got it sped up.
Why did you want Bree to come with you?
Because I feel comfortable around her.
Do you remember if your grandma was going to allow Bree to go with you?
I think she had called my mom, if I'm correct.
So wait a minute. Did the mom give permission?
I believe so. She went, and then she brought the clothes over there, so she must have given permission for her to go. And there must be a reason why the brother really wanted his sister to go.
Yeah,
with
because
him.
you heard what he said. He said because I felt comfortable around her, which means he probably didn't feel comfortable around his daddy.
Well, he didn't know what to expect over there either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't know what are we gonna be
Yeah,
doing over
that go-
here?
But that goes back to me asking the question: did she know about his past?
I don't think so. Honestly, I don't think so because why would you allow your daughter to go around a man that you know has done this before?
My God, my God. Okay.
Do you have an older brother as well?
Yes.
And are his initials CS?
Yes.
Was he over at your grandma's house that day?
Yes.
Did you want CS to come with you as well?
I did.
Did you also ask your grandma if CS could come?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Avila, welcome. You said she did meet Noah in an interview 3 years ago. Do you know what that interview is or where I can find it, Avila? I have an email address up here on the screen. The truth hurts for real 1@gmail.com. Can you please send that interview to me? The link to that interview or where it was, what channel it was on or whatever. Can you do that for me, Avila? Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, I believe you've stated that Bree did come with you that day, correct?
Yes.
Did CS come?
No.
Do you know why he didn't come?
No, I don't know.
When you and Bree left with Henry, did you guys have any clothing or bags or anything with you?
Not at that moment.
Did you get in the car that Henry was driving at that time?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
A black Camaro.
Was anyone else in the car besides Henry, you, and Bree?
No.
After you left your grandma's house, where did the three of you go?
To his house.
When you say his house, who are you talking about?
Henry and Andrea.
Now I want to back up for a second. Do you recall going to someone else's house and playing video games?
I don't recall.
Have you heard the name Vincent Howard before?
It sounds familiar.
Little Vince?
I don't think so.
At some point, though, you would have gone to Andrea and Henry's house.
Yes.
We're calling it a house. What type of building was it?
It was an apartment.
Had you ever been to that apartment before?
No.
Had Bree ever been to that apartment before?
No.
Once you got to the apartment, what did you do?
I was playing GTA.
And when you say GTA, what do you mean?
I was playing video games.
Does GTA mean Grand Theft Auto?
Yep.
Hey, Fun Bear.
While you were in the living room, where was Bree?
In the back room.
When you say the back room, what else was in that room?
A bed, a TV, and a closet.
In that apartment, was there only one?
Hi, Nathan. Hi, girl. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you, sis. Hi, Ethan.
separate room that had a bed in it?
Yes.
What was Bree doing in the back room?
Playing some type of card game.
Did you say car?
Yeah.
Was it a type of video game?
Yes.
While Bree was in the back room, where was Andrea?
In the back room as well.
Do you know what she was doing?
I believe on her phone.
Where was Henry when Bree was in the back room?
In the back room as well.
Where was Bree in that room?
On the bed.
And where was Andrea in that room?
On the bed.
And where was Henry?
On the bed.
And where were you again?
In the living room.
What were Henry and Andrea?
Okay, Lisa Pooh. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better. I pray that you feel better. Give me a call when you can, okay? Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate that. Give me a call later, though, okay?
Doing on the bed?
Watching her.
Watching Bree?
Yeah.
Did you find that weird?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was in the living room alone and they were in the back room.
You thought it was weird that they were leaving you alone?
Yes.
Now, at some point, as the evening went on, did you have dinner?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you ate?
No.
At some point then, did your mom come over to the apartment?
Yes.
Now, did your mom actually come inside the apartment?
No.
Where did she stay?
She was in the car.
Where was the car?
In the parking lot.
Do you know why your mom came over to the parking lot?
To drop clothes off.
When your mom came over to go outside to pick up those clothes from her?
Me and my sister.
So what happened when you met with your mom?
We grabbed the clothes and then we went back inside after we got done playing with the dog.
That was my next question. Was your mom alone?
Yes.
Did she have a pet with her?
Yes, you did.
Was it your pet dog?
Yep.
Did Bree try to keep the dog?
Yes, you did.
She wanted to bring it inside.
Yes.
Did your mom allow that to happen?
No.
Where was Henry when your mom dropped off those bags of clothing?
He was outside or he was inside?
Can you say that again?
He was outside or inside?
When you say outside, what do you mean?
Standing by the door.
So he was either inside the apartment or outside of the apartment somewhere.
Yes.
Where was Andrea when your mom dropped off the clothes?
Inside.
After your mom dropped off those clothes, did both you and Bree go back inside that apartment?
Yes.
What did the two of you do after you both went back inside the apartment?
We finished playing our games.
And did you go back to the same spots you had been at earlier?
Yes.
And where were Henry and Andrea at those points?
Still in the back room.
Now, the clothing that your mom brought you, did that include pajamas or clothes to sleep in?
Yes.
At some night, or some point that night, did you take a shower?
Yes.
Do you know how many bathrooms this apartment had?
1.
Did Bree also take a shower?
Yes.
Did the two of you shower separately?
Yes.
After the two.
Okay, so Melissa, I was thinking the same thing. Be true. What you guys say about this testimony so far? You or Trey? You know.
I believe she's establishing that she's trying to figure out where were they when these things were happening, because I believe that one of the next questions will be, where were they when Bree took her shower.
Mm-hmm. Welcome, Ice Everett. Greetings to you as well. Go ahead. Oh, thank you. I want to say your name right. I want to say your name right. Avila. Thank you for sending me that. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, go ahead, be true.
So she keeps establishing, why were you in the front? Why were you in the front room alone? That's why she
Mhm.
asked him. Do you think that's weird that your father or Mr. Dinkins would pay more attention to your sister than you? She's establishing that Mr. Dinkins was definitely paying more attention to Bree than he was his own child.
Mhm. Mhm.
And that's the line of question that she's go, because he can establish that for her. The where was he and where was Bree and where were you? And
Mhm.
they're trying to establish that he spent a lot of time focused on Bree instead of him.
Mhm.
So, and then the fact that they were like, where was she, which to me, it's like, is she okay with this situation? Is the girlfriend okay with him spending all this time with the daughter?
Right. Right.
So I mean, it's not painting a good picture for him. Like,
Absolutely not.
why why are
You
you
you supposed to be visiting with your son.
you're watching
Oh
her?
my God.
What?
So C says Melissa, the mother allegedly has a previous child neglect charge as well. Avila says in the way that little apartment set up, the brother couldn't have seen what was being done with his sister in that room.
At the time.
Where you right? She says, where you hear that at, girl? Oh my God, y'all.
Well, she doesn't. Okay, first off, and I know this isn't the best thing to be saying, but she doesn't sound like a very responsible parent to begin with.
Just what we know so far.
It is it
No.
is it is okay. It is a good assumption that basically she was, like when she went over there, she should have seen the situation. It's a small place. They're in there. It's cramped. There's only one bed. And I'm going inside. He's saying she never went inside.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
going.
Wait,
I'm going inside.
wait a minute. I'm going inside as well because first of all,
I,
um,
I want to know who's in there. I want to know: is there a whole bunch of guys in there? Is there,
yeah.
is there an older boy that lives in? I want to know who lives in there. I'm not just going to take his word. I'm going in and I'm looking around, and I want to see: is this a safe environment for my child?
Sanjia, I'm sorry you didn't get the notification, but thanks for joining, sweetie. Thank you. Fun, you said not true. Fun, you want to hit the link? I think maybe she's speaking about the mom. Um, what do you mean, Fun? Not true. Um, anybody can hit the link. Actually, anybody in the chat that wants to hit the link, you can hit the link. Okay. Court TV. There were friends and family commented on the coverage under the video.
I don't
Oh,
take that. I don't take that as 100%. That could be trolls. That could be someone on his side saying those things. If they were never confirmed, and they would never bring that up about the mother. That would not be just like when he asked the question of does because he was bringing it up that she knew some shady people. Okay, and that's exactly the questioning that was the line of questioning that he was trying to get at. That the mother knows some shady people. So we're supposed to believe that the mother's shady people went over there and snatched the kid. What does that even have to do with anything?
Mm-hmm.
But that's what he's trying to say, is that the mother's friends and boyfriends are shady and everything else. That's what he's trying to establish.
But the mother's boyfriends or whoever, whatever, didn't have custody of that child. Well, I'm gonna say possession.
Yeah, because the first thing he asked the FBI guy was the mother calling some shady people. What the fuck does that have to do with it? None of those shady people were around. They've already established they were not around at all. But yet you're asking about them. And what her line of questions right now is she's placing that little girl in the room with them by themselves.
Right.
And he is playing his game. The father should have been out there watching.
Somebody in the chat said the little boy was Candace said the little boy was peeking. C-Sen said she was pulled over and charged with a DUI and abandoned the child in the car on Google. I'm sorry, I went out. She was pulled over and charged with DUI and abandoned the child in the car. They said it can all be confirmed on Google. Farnberry, you're right. You're not writing complete sentences. I'm not understanding what you're saying. They said if you search her name, oh God.
I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm not gonna look up the mother. I refuse to look up the mother. I'm not looking up the mother. I can look it up right now, and all her charges will come up. But I'm not gonna do it because it's already been established that she had nothing to do with it. It's already been established she was home and at work. So it's already been established that she had nothing to do with this. But yet again, his people want to throw shade at her.
Them sales, Andrea was in there. Her desk is in the bedroom. She was working. But the little boy just said she was sitting on the bed.
Maybe that's where she works from.
Maybe. I didn't need her pass. It's not information. Okay, C-Sen.
No, C-Sen. I'm not saying you in general. I'm saying the people in the chat watching this right here. 9 times out of 10, that's his people. His people are in there because they believe he's.
I'm walking away for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. You keep talking.
All right, but of course, his people think he's innocent. They think he's being set up because he was a sex offender at a young age. Blah blah blah, and they're going to say things, But they already thoroughly checked out the mother because the 2 main suspects in this disappearance of that child is Dinkins, his girlfriend, and the mother. Those 3 people were checked out thoroughly. Whereabouts, who they associate with, all that stuff was all checked out. Yeah, but again, when they asked her what were they doing, he said they were sitting on the bed with her while he was in the living room playing games. The first thing that comes to your mind is why is he spending so much attention on the girl when the boy was playing games too? I understand that the woman would be in there because she's probably working, but again, this was a weekend, wasn't it? I want to say I don't know what day that was. It would have to be a weekend because, or is it summertime? Well, see, that's the question though. Why wasn't he in the living room with the son watching it? Why were they hovered over the girl? And that's the line of questioning that she's getting at. She's asking, where was your sister? Well, where was this person? Where was that person? Did they ever come out and check with you? Did they ever come and sit with you? The question is, why was he in there watching her play and not watching his son play? Were they playing together? That would be a simple thing. She should ask, were they playing the game together, or was he just watching her play? Those are some of the questions that you should be asking. They could have easily said, hey, let's all go out in the living room and play this while Andrea works. Let's go out here and
yeah, because the thing about it is what people don't realize is that when you're working from home, now my baby girl, she works from home for Verizon, right? She has a 3-bedroom house, and one of her bedrooms is her office where she works from. Like when you work from home, and they said she worked for AT&T from home, which is probably about the same thing. You can't have background noises and TVs and all that in your background. You have to be in a quiet place as if you were in an office and to work from home. So she couldn't have been, if Bree was in there playing a video game and that guy was in there, she wasn't working. You can't do that, like I said, I don't know for facts about AT&T, but I do know about Verizon. My daughter works for Verizon from home. You can't have all that background noise in the background when you're talking to customers. They monitor that type of stuff. So if they were in there playing a video game, she was not working.
Well, but he was there to spend time with his father.
Exactly.
So if he's in there spending time with his father's not spending time with him.
He's spending time with Bree.
I understand what they're trying to do is establish that he had he had an over interest
a lot of attention
in the girl, and they're trying. She's the prosecutor's trying to establish that he spent his entire time with her.
Right.
Because remember, the boy played games.
Yeah.
The boy was playing games all night till late.
He's supposed to be in there playing games with his son. Fun, that you want to add something?
Yeah. Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
Hey, good.
The Andrea, her work hours was from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. I believe. So she probably not too long got off of work, prior to the kids there being there.
Mm-hmm.
It was understood that, yeah, she was still working because Bree was taking interest on how she was doing her job.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where that comes from, that she wanted to be a AT&T customer service rep.
Mm-hmm. Because that's what she told the mom when she talked to her mom.
Right, because Andrea was showing her different things that she does, on her job or whatever. Why he was in there the whole entire time hanging out or whatever and not in there hanging out with his son, I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, because she has her desk set up in her bedroom with her computer and stuff. So it wasn't like he was in the bedroom by himself with Bree. That's all I had to say.
I'm sorry, phone. I'm talking to Tony. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back.
So I guess she talked to the Andrea a lot.
I think she took interest in what Andrea was doing while she was on the clock. And there were times, I think, after she got off, they were playing a game, but they were playing a game. Uh, I think at one time on the phone or something. And then playing a game on a device. I don't know, a PlayStation or whatever. I don't know the name. She had two devices. One was in the living room, and it was a different one in the bedroom. One was a PlayStation, I think, and one was, what's the other names of those electronic?
Xbox.
Xbox, or yeah. She had two
It probably
different
might have
ones.
been different places.
One in the living room, one in the bedroom, but they weren't the same devices. They were two different types of game consoles or whatever you call them.
Okay. All right. So let's listen.
Two of you took showers. Were you given clothes to change into?
Yes.
Were they the clothes that your mom brought for you?
No.
What were you given to wear?
A long white shirt.
Do you know whose shirt that was?
Henry's.
Now, when you say a long white shirt, what do you mean by long?
It's over our fitting. I think that's what it's called.
Can you say that again?
Fitting.
How long on your body did the shirt go down?
Kind of like our knees.
Did you think that was weird?
Yes.
Why?
Because it wasn't our clothes that my mom brought us.
After you and Bree changed into those white shirts, what did the two of you do?
We ate, and then we lay down, get ready for bed.
Where did the two of you lay down?
In the back room, in the bed.
When the two of you laid down to get ready for bed, where was Henry?
In the living room.
Did you notice anything about Henry at that time?
He was upstaring.
He was what?
Upstaring.
He was staring?
Yes.
Staring at what?
It looked like the back room that I was laying in.
Where was Henry when you saw him staring?
In the living room.
Now, when you were laying on the bed, where exactly were you on the bed?
Kind of like in the middle.
Where was Bree?
Kind of on the edge of the bed.
When you say the edge, was she closer to the window or the side of the bed?
The side.
Earlier, you said there was only one bedroom in this apartment. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know where Henry and Andrea were sleeping that night?
It looked like an air mattress.
Where was the air mattress?
In the living room.
Did you ever see Henry or Andrea actually lay down on the air mattress?
Andrea.
And when you saw Andrea lay on the air mattress, where were you?
Still laying down.
In the bedroom.
Yep.
And where was Henry at that time?
Still sitting up.
At some point, did you fall asleep that night?
Yes.
Do you know if Bree had fallen asleep before you?
Yes. She fell asleep before me.
Dee, are you a heavy sleeper?
Not too much.
What about Bree?
Just a little bit.
At some point, did you feel something during the night?
A kick.
Do you know where that kick came from?
My sister.
Where were you kicked?
On my leg. It
How would you describe that kick?
was like a hard kick.
Now, have you slept in the same bed as your sister before that night?
Before we went to his house?
Yes.
Yes.
Had she ever kicked you before while you were sleeping?
No.
Now, when you felt that kick, did you wake up?
I woke up just a little bit.
When you say you woke up just a little bit, was it kind of very brief and you fell back asleep?
Yeah.
At some point then, did you wake up again in the middle of the night?
Yes.
When you woke up the second time, what did you notice?
That she was gone.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
What did you do at that time?
I got up.
Why'd you get up?
Because she was gone out the bed.
What did you start doing?
I looked around the house.
Was anybody else awake when you got up and started looking around the house?
Andrea.
What was Andrea doing?
Looking at the back window where we was laying.
Where was Henry?
He wasn't there.
What were you thinking when you woke up and you notice Bree's gone, Henry's gone, and you're looking around the apartment?
That he took her.
Now, when you said Andrea was looking out the back window, what room was she in?
The back room.
Where the bed was?
Yes.
And that window in the bedroom, if you look out that window, what would you be looking at?
The parking lot.
So when you're looking around the apartment, you don't see Bree. What do you do?
I asked Andrea where she was.
Were you given an answer?
She said she didn't know.
Did you ask any other questions at that time?
No.
What did you do at that point? Where did you go in the apartment?
I looked around the house and then I sat down.
Where did you sit down?
In the living room on the couch.
Do you have any idea what time of day it was at that point?
I think it was morning.
Why do you think it was morning?
Because it was a little bit daylight.
So it's starting to get. Dee, did you have a cell phone?
No.
At some point, do you recall asking Andrea for her cell phone?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
So I can call my mom or something.
Why did you want to call your mom?
Because it was just me there.
Did Andrea allow you to use her phone?
No.
At some point, did Henry come back to that apartment?
Yes.
What did he look like when he came back to that apartment?
He had a white shirt on and some shorts.
How was he acting?
A little weird.
When you say a little weird, what do you mean?
Like different than his normal self.
How was he acting different?
It was.
Did he say anything when he came back to the apartment?
No.
What did he do when he came back the first time you saw him?
He came back, he grabbed something. I don't know what he grabbed, and he left.
So where did he go in the apartment?
To the back room.
And again, is that the room with the bed?
Yes.
Did you see where he went in the back room?
It looked like the closet.
Do you remember which closet?
The closet in the back room with the bed.
Do you know how many closets are in that room?
1 or 2.
So it looked like he went to one of the closets?
Yes.
Hey, true.
And he appeared to have grabbed something.
Yes.
Do you know what that was?
No.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but one, he sounds very agitated because you can hear it in his breathing, like, and all that. And the way he's answering the questions, like, very swiftly, very quickly. And then some of his answers, and I know that prior to trial, you do sit down with your lawyer and they kind of go over some of the questions that they may ask you. Some of the answers kind of sounds rehearsed. Like, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Because he was 8. So you're telling me 3 years later that an 8-year-old that's now 11 is going to remember everything in detail, when an adult at times cannot remember everything in detail years later. That's why they take a statement right then and there in that moment. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm like, he's very agitated, and the longer this goes on, he's going to get more agitated. I don't know. That's just my thoughts on that, because I think he's very agitated from the gate. He doesn't want to be there, number one. I think that's why I said I think they should have removed Henry out the room, and they might have gotten a better result, if that makes sense.
He also agitated because he knows that his father did this.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, why? Because I'm picturing, because they're not showing the child because he's a minor. I'm just picturing that he's very agitated every time he looks up over and looks at that man. I just feel that way. I feel like he's just,
well, he's got to feel bad because he answered, "Why was Andrea that? Why was the Bree there?" Well, I asked her to come. So he's got to feel bad about that. But the only reason my sister's dead is because I asked her to come.
I don't know. I just hope that they got this boy some help, you know. But I don't know. That was just my 2 cents on it.
Yeah. The regret he must have for her. Yeah.
Did you see any talking between Henry and Andrea at that time?
No.
When he came back to the apartment, that first time you saw him, did you see Bree with him?
No.
After he grabbed something out of the closet, what did he do?
He left.
Right after he left, what did Andrea do?
She was still looking out the back window.
And again, that would be the window that looks in the parking lot?
Yes.
At some point, did you start to cry?
Yes.
Was it at that point that you started to cry?
Yes.
Why were you crying?
Because she wasn't there.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
At some point, does Henry come back a second time?
Yes.
What does he look like the second time he comes back?
The same.
He appears to be wearing the same clothes.
Yes.
Is he still acting a little weird?
Not anymore.
What does he do the second time he comes back?
I don't remember.
At some point, do you leave with him?
Yes.
Did that happen the second time he came back?
The third time.
The third time. So he comes back a second time and then he leaves again?
No. Which time? Second or third?
The second time he came back and then he left again.
Yes.
Did you ask him any questions or talk to him at all during that point?
No.
Did you observe any talking between him and Andrea?
No.
So then he comes back a third time to the apartment?
Yes.
What happens the third time he comes back?
He comes to get me.
Again, what is he wearing at that point?
The same clothes.
How is he acting?
The same.
So normal at that point?
Yes.
When the two of you left, did he grab the bags of clothing that your mom had dropped off?
Yes.
Where did he put those?
In the car.
Which car?
It was a purple Camaro.
It was a purple car?
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of car it was?
It was an Impala.
Did you have any idea what time it was that you and Henry would have gotten into the Impala?
Morning.
I need to see counsel.
I wonder if they're discussing how Dinkins is acting while the kid is on the stand. They came out smiling, so I don't know.
We are going to adjourn for this evening. We will reconvene Monday morning at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you.
So that discussion was about whether we should stop right here or not. I wonder if the judge noticed.
I noticed that the boy was irritated and agitated too.
Agitated, a little. I wouldn't say agitated. I may say uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
He noticed that the boy was uncomfortable, and he also might have noticed that the boy kept looking at Dinkins or wouldn't look at Dinkins.
I think he was upset. I can, if you listen. I mean, this is my interpretation. The way he was answering, because when you answer swiftly and quick, yeah, that's whole attitude. That's whole. You get what I'm saying? Maybe that's just me.
You guys hear me?
Okay, y'all can talk. Y'all can talk. I'm trying to pull up day 3.
My internet is acting freaky right now.
Do what now?
Oh yeah. I said my internet is acting weird.
Oh wow. Okay, let me get this pulled up.
You could tell the boy was nervous, but you're right. He was coached, and he knew the questions that were coming, and he had the answers. Now I want to see how he does under cross examination
With this dickhead.
Well, the
I'm
problem
going on
is
mute.
the problem is that if they went back there to say let's adjourn for today, he's already gone through a lot before he can get cross-examined. Also, that gives time for the prosecutor to talk to him again before he gets questioned. That's always a good thing, is that if they break between cross-examinations, you have time to talk to the witness and get them ready and prepared, because it's going to be nasty. It's going to be nasty. He's going to ask the same questions over and over and over again. Well, did you see? Did you? And I'll guarantee he's going to address him as your father. Did you see your father acting weird towards Bree at all? Did you see anything that your father did to make you feel uncomfortable with Bree? He's going to ask questions like that to get the boy off kilter. And by referring to, I would refer to him as his father. So your father, because she referred to him as Dinkins, so I'm referring to him as your father, to further stress the boy out. Because what he really wants that boy to do is freak the fuck out there on stand, so that all his testimony can be pretty much tossed out. If he breaks down and just goes off, he taints his testimony. It's a little different because it's a judge versus a jury. But if that little boy was to freak out in front of a jury, it would be a different thing. See what I'm saying? You understand? Yeah. By referring to him as the father, he stresses the boy out further.
Shout out to. I'm only seeing the government name, so I'm not gonna say the name, and I don't know who you are in the chat. It might be Avila. I think it's Avila. If it's not, let me know. But shout out to you for supporting the channel. You say for Bria. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I think it's Avila though. I'm looking at the name and kind of trying to figure it out. But I appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you, sweetheart. All right, y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
And the prosecution has told you that the defense attorney is going to be hostile towards you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate you, and thank you for appreciating me. Yeah.
I'd like to see how far the judge allows it.
Well, I think, okay, so for one, I don't think the judge is going to let him, quote unquote, badger the witness. That's what they call it, badger the witness. But so you're thinking like I'm thinking, like the judge stopped for the day because of the boy's demeanor. And I hate to call him the boy, but we do know his name, DL. All right. So he's noticing DL's demeanor, right? And so you think that's why the judge called it a day, right quick? Hello? Oh, he must answer the phone and phone is on me. Okay, all right. So
I'm sorry. I thought you was talking to D True.
I was talking to him, but I think that was his phone that was ringing, maybe.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So okay. So that's what you think, Fun, because you did notice this. And it's my daughter calling. Hold on, y'all give me 1 second. All right, y'all. So let's start listening to day 3, which is gonna start with DL's testimony. Okay.
Good morning. If you'd raise your right hand again. That's right. You're good. You're good. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right. Please have a seat.
All right, good morning. When we left off on Friday, you just started talking about how on the morning that you woke up and Briasia was gone, at some point Henry came back and got you, and you guys went out to the maroon or purple Impala. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned as well that Henry had grabbed both your clothing and Bree's clothing.
Yes.
Once you got into that vehicle, what did the two of you start doing?
We was just driving. That was the only thing.
You were driving?
Yep.
Did you drive somewhere specifically?
It says guy house that I forgot. I forgot his name.
Okay. You went to a guy's house?
Yes.
Do you know how long you were at the guy's house?
A couple minutes or
Now, when you got to that guy's house, did you stay in the car or get out of the car?
I was out the car.
Could you say that again?
I was out the car
You were out of the car?
in the house.
You went inside the house?
Yes.
What did Henry do?
I think he was outside drinking, if I'm correct.
Now, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same time period, okay? So the morning where you woke up and Bree is missing, right? And then you and Henry get into the purple Impala. So in the morning, are you following me?
Yes.
Okay. So when you and Henry started driving, where do you go?
In the Impala,
In the Impala.
we went on a dirt road. It's like
So when you got into the Impala and you started driving, was the dirt road the first place that you went?
yeah.
The guy's house that you were just talking about, is that somewhere you went in the Camaro or the Impala?
I think it was an Impala.
So again, talking about the morning where you woke up and Bree was gone, you get in the Impala and you drive to a dirt road. Do you have any idea how long it took you to get to that dirt road?
Well, I was asleep.
You fell asleep? Did it feel like a long time?
A really long time, yeah.
A really long time? When you got to the dirt road, what happened?
We was at this place, what is it called? It had like trees.
Did the vehicle stop?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
And then we left. So
Did anybody get out of the car at that time?
Henry,
When Henry got out of the car, what did you see him do?
pour bleach.
You saw him pour bleach.
Yeah.
Do you know where Henry got that bleach from?
Walmart.
When were you with him when he was at Walmart?
Yes.
When the two of you left Andrea's apartment that morning, at some point, did you go to Walmart?
I think so.
Did it take a long time to get to Walmart?
Just a little bit.
When you and Henry got to Walmart, what did you do?
I had to sit in the car.
You had to sit in the car?
Yes.
What did Henry do?
He went inside Walmart.
Did you know why you had stopped at Walmart?
I had no idea.
Dee, while you were sitting in the car, what did you do?
Put his battery back in his phone and was playing a game.
So at some point you had seen Henry's phone in the car.
Yes.
Do you remember where it was?
By the cup holder.
By the cup holder?
Yes.
You said you had to put the battery back in the phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Where was the battery?
Behind the phone.
Also in the cup holder?
Yes.
Do you remember what game you were playing?
No.
Just a game on his phone?
You said, is it on his phone?
A game on Henry's phone?
Yes.
When Henry got back to the Impala, did he have anything with him?
Bleach.
What did he do with the bleach?
He put it in the trunk.
Then what did he do?
And then we left.
What did you do with his phone when he got back into the car?
I hurry up and put it back.
You stopped playing a game?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned there's a dirt road. Did you do anything else to the phone before you put it back?
I took the battery out.
And why did you do that?
Because I didn't want to get in trouble.
Trouble for what?
Putting the battery back in his phone.
Yeah, that was the purpose of him taking that battery out. He knew what he was doing. So, see, since the truth or the truth, do you know if DL's health mental competency would have been evaluated? I know they said Bree had vision. Oh, I don't know. He doesn't sound. I have no idea, C6. And I think D2 may be on the call. But I don't know. I don't know. If he had left the battery in, I'm sure it goes through his mind. Uh-huh. Okay. This is.
So after you left Walmart, is that when you went to this dirt road?
Yes.
Had you been to that dirt road before going to Walmart?
Can you repeat that?
How many times did you go to the dirt road?
Once.
And was that before or after you went to Walmart?
After we went to Walmart.
So then once you got to that dirt road, what happened?
He poured the bleach, and then we left.
Where did he pour the bleach?
By some bushes.
And where were you when this was happening?
In the car.
What did he do with the bleach containers after he poured? Bleach bar?
Yes.
And where did the two of you go after that?
We went back on that dirt road, and then I asked him where he was, and then he said that we was riding, and then we went to go meet my mom.
So you asked where you were, and he just said, we're riding?
Yes.
What does that mean to you, we're riding?
Like a joyride.
Like a joyride?
Yes.
Now, after you left that dirt road, at some point, were the two of you back in Davenport?
Yes.
I think he did all of that before he even I think he did all of that before he even went back home. If I'm not mistaken, I hope that you can hear me. And fine. But I think he did all that before he went back home and called the mom. Because I don't think he called the cop. I think he called the mother. But yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, he did all of this before he even went back to the house and called the mother. If I'm not mistaken.
Now, Dee, are you familiar with the area of Credit Island?
No.
The morning you were driving around with Henry, at some point, did you go to some area by water?
I don't recall.
You're welcome.
At some point, did you go to Henry's RV?
Yes.
What did the two of you do when you got to the RV?
He opened the trunk of the purple Impala, and he grabbed out a bloody knife.
So he opened a, is it bloody knife?
Yes,
Bloody knife, yeah.
From the trunk of his Impala.
Yes.
What did that knife look like?
A machete type.
What did he do with the knife once he grabbed it?
He wiped it off with bleach.
Where were you when you saw him do that?
Hey, serious.
I was outside the car or inside.
You were either outside or inside the car?
Yes.
After Henry wiped off the knife with the bleach, what did he do with the knife?
He put it in his RV.
Dee, was that the only time you saw a knife that morning?
Yes.
You said he put the knife in his RV?
Yes.
How did you know that's where he put the knife?
I saw him put it in there.
Where were you when you saw him put the knife in the RV?
In the car.
Can you hear me? Are you back?
True.
Huh?
Now, this is what got me. You said you was outside the car. You can't be inside and outside at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now she asked the same question, and now he's saying he was inside the car.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, he's a child.
Exactly.
I really do hate when children have to testify. It's really bad for me. Like,
Yes.
it's bad. Um, I wonder though, and I don't know if you know or anybody in the chat know, because I don't. Did they ever find the machete? But
I don't think so.
okay, see, this is the thing though.
No, I think I don't.
Gunshot
Yes,
wound.
they found a machete, but I don't know if it was the one that actually fit in
But
that sleeve that they found in the trunk or wherever they found the sleeve.
if he cleaned the machete off of what did he do with that machete? Was her body
He
intact?
just said he put it in the RV.
No. I mean, what did he do to her with the machete?
They don't know if she was dismembered or not.
That's what they can't tell about her remains. Were they
That
that bad?
they don't. Well, remember her remains were scattered. I actually have a picture of the skeleton, a
I'm not
drawing.
putting that.
It's a drawing of the skeleton, and what they did is they uh, highlighted certain parts of the skeleton for animal, and then uh, just let me see if I can look at it, and then I'll be able
Wasn't her head dismembered?
They no, well, again, because of the way she was found.
Praying for you, Miss Carla. Praying for your brother, sweet.
So the way she was found, they don't know if she was dismembered or is that after she decomposed between the animals and everything else, and also the weather, because the weather could have something to do with it too, to where it's blowing parts of her body elsewhere. But the fact that they found that the boy said something about a machete is whether it could be, it might not be, it could be. You see what I'm saying? It's hard for them to figure out if he dismembered her or not. There's no evidence saying that he did.
Okay. You always welcome, Miss Carla.
Were you able to see into the RV from the car?
No,
Then how did you know that's where he put the knife?
because he walked in there with it and he came back out with nothing.
Did you go into the RV at all?
No.
Dee, at some point, did you see Henry with a fishing pole that morning?
I think so.
Do you know where you were when you saw him with the fishing pole?
In the car.
Was Henry inside of the car with the fishing pole?
No, he was outside the car.
When you saw Henry with the fishing pole and he was outside of the car, were you still at the RV?
No,
Do you know where you were?
it was by water.
What did you see Henry do with the fishing pole when he was outside of the car?
Somewhat fishing.
He was somewhat fishing?
Yeah,
What do you mean by that?
he was half fishing. Like,
So did he walk up to the body of water?
just a little bit.
And where were you when this was happening?
In the car.
When you saw him walk up to the body of water, what did you see him do?
Fishing.
Okay. Did he have the fishing pole at that point?
Yeah.
And did he cast the fishing line out into the water?
Yeah.
While you were by this body of water, was there ever a point in time where you could not see Henry?
No.
Now, the fishing part that you talked about here, did that happen before you went to the RV or after you went to the RV?
After.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you met up with your mom that morning. Is that right?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
She saw him in traffic.
Had Henry or your mom spoken on the phone at all that morning?
Yes.
And were you in the car when that conversation took place?
Yeah.
Do you know if Henry called your mom or if your mom called Henry?
I think my mom called him or he called her.
So one of those two things happened?
Yeah.
What did Henry tell your mom during that phone call? It's defendant statements.
Excuse me?
It's the defendant statements.
Overruled.
So what did Henry tell your mom during that phone call?
That he didn't know where Bree was.
Did he say anything about having been out searching for Bree?
He said he was supposedly searching.
So he told your mom that he was searching,
Yes.
but you added the word supposedly.
Yeah.
Why did you add that word?
Because he wasn't searching.
Dee, the whole time that you had been driving around with Henry, did it appear that the two of you were looking for Bree?
No.
Did Henry ever roll down his window and yell out Bree's name or anything like that?
No.
Did he ever ask you to do that?
No.
Did he ever knock on anybody's doors to see if they had seen Bree?
No.
While Henry was speaking with your mom on the phone, did he say anything about the police?
He said that he made a report.
He said that he made a report?
Yes.
While you had been with Henry, did you ever see him make a police report?
No.
So after this phone call then with your mom, where did Henry take you?
She saw him in traffic and then we pulled over by McDonald's.
So your mom saw him in traffic and you ended up pulling over at McDonald's?
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
I got in the car with my mom and then she made a police report.
Where did you and your mom go at that time?
To the police department.
Did you go back to the area around Andrea's apartment at all that morning
With my mom?
with your mom?
No.
But you do remember going to the police department that day?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by the police? Did they ask you questions?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Did you answer their questions?
Yes.
Dee, do you remember driving around with the police officers a couple times?
Yeah.
And were they asking you questions about where you and Henry went on this morning?
Yes.
And did you try to show them the places that the two of you had gone?
Yeah.
And did that include areas by where your dad's RV was parked? So when you drove around with the police officers and you were trying to show them different places that you had been that morning, right?
Yeah.
Did that include showing them the area where your dad's RV had been?
Yes.
And did that include the area over by Walmart where you saw Henry buying bleach?
Yes.
And did you try to describe that dirt road as well?
No.
Did you try to describe the area where you saw Henry with the fishing pole?
I believe so.
All right, thank you, Dee. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Mr. Freeze?
Is it okay if I call you D2?
Yes.
Okay, D. Tell the court, just for the record, who Henry Dinkins is to you.
So this is the defense attorney, and the first thing he asked him is who Henry is to him. Who knows what John Keys did? So yeah, that's the first question he asked. Who is it? Who is he to him?
You're angry at your father, right?
Yes.
You're angry at your father because you think he hurt your sister, right?
Yes.
You're convinced of that, right?
Yes.
And you're here today to offer testimony to make sure that he is held accountable for doing that, right?
Yes.
And you're going to say whatever you need to say to make sure that happens, aren't you?
Oh hell no! See, this is what I can't do. This is what I can't do. All right, y'all, I'm gonna listen.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I ask you that is you're telling us some stuff today, and you'll agree with me on this. Tell me if I'm wrong. That we're hearing for the first time today, right?
Yes.
Like when you and your dad left in the Impala that day, you went driving and went to a guy's house first. The first time that you've said that on the record is today, right?
Yes.
Never told it to the police before, did you?
No.
It's today. This is the first time this story comes out in public, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you've been interviewed by the police several times, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you and I had a chance to talk in this courtroom, and I took your deposition, right?
Yes.
Remember that day?
Yeah.
Remember you sat in that chair right where you're sitting now? Remember that?
Yeah.
And there was a person here who was a court reporter who swore you in, right?
Yep.
And you were swore to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And I asked you all kinds of questions about what happened the day Briasia disappeared, right?
Yes.
Remember that very clearly?
Yes.
Okay, because that was the only time you've ever had to give a deposition or testimony ever in this case, right?
Yes.
And you never once told me when I asked you what happened that day that you went to some guy's house first after leaving Andrea Culberson's apartment, right?
Yes.
And you never told me, and it's the first time today we're hearing this, correct?
Yes.
That Henry was outside drinking that morning. It's the first time, right?
I don't think it's the first time.
Well, you just told the prosecutor on direct examination that you went to this guy's house with Henry and you went inside. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And that was the truth, right?
Yes.
And you said Henry stayed outside and he was drinking. Was that the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so it was early morning when Henry picked you up. Is that right?
Yeah.
Were you awake when he picked you up, or were you still sleeping?
I was awake.
Was it daylight, or was it still dark?
It was daylight.
But early morning.
Early morning.
Okay. So Henry and you go to this house. You go inside. Who's inside?
Me and my sister.
Who's Briasia?
Yes.
So Briasia's with you at this point in time?
We went to this house. Yeah.
The morning she disappeared?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after you left, where did Briasia go?
Can you repeat that?
After you left, where did Briasia go?
To his house.
To whose house?
Andrea.
Okay, so Henry took you back to Andrea's house?
Yes.
On the morning she disappeared, right?
You know what? I think the kid is confused because I'm thinking they may have taken that ride to the friend's house once he picked them up the day before. But I think he's so confused. He was 8 years old. He's only 11 at this point. And of course, I mean, like he's gonna get, and that lets you know that even though they may have gone over his testimony with him, he was not told to say something. He was not coached to lie. You know what I'm saying? Because if he was coached to lie, then it wouldn't be these slip ups. You know what I'm saying? How he's answering and how he's tripping up is normal. Hell, an adult gets on the stand and trip. It can be tripped up. You know what I'm saying? But it's just typical. It's typical. He was 8 at the time, and he's only 11 in this moment. And that man sitting there looking like a whole monster to him, I can imagine. And it just is what it is. Like to me, honestly, him sitting there looking like that and looking at that boy staring at him, not that boy, DL. Hell, the way his demeanor is can intimidate a grown person, in my opinion. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think DL is confused. I think he is intimidated a little, you know. So it's not gonna have trip up, you know. But let's listen. I actually think that they may have made that trip to the friend's house the day he picked them up. But of course, like I said, this was 3 years ago. The boy was 8, DL was 8, and he's 11, still very young, you know. All right, let's listen.
Can you repeat that, please?
You just testified that Briasia was with you and Henry, right?
Yes.
And early morning hours of the morning she disappeared because you just said Henry picked you up and took you to this house, right?
It's when he first picked us up.
On the morning she disappeared, early morning hours, right?
Sure, yeah.
Well, I want you to be accurate. I want you to tell the truth.
I am.
Okay, so that morning, you and Henry and Briasia go to this guy's house.
Yes.
And you and Briasia go in the house.
Yes.
And then what are you and Briasia doing in the house?
Playing games.
And nobody else is in the house?
No.
So after you and Henry and Briasia are done there, where'd you guys go?
To Andrea's house.
And then you and Henry went where?
That was the only place. Andrea's house. Where we was.
Okay. You had a little trouble with your memory, perhaps, D?
No.
Okay, so it's your testimony. I'm giving you another chance here, that this was the morning Briasia disappeared, early morning hours of July 10th.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then you just testified to the prosecutor is that after you left this guy's house, the first place you went was to some dirt road. Remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Today's the first time we hear about that too, right?
Today's not the first time.
You never said it to me when I took your deposition last summer, did you?
I said it, but I didn't say it to you.
Who'd you say it to?
One of his other lawyers that was here before you.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Okay. And you went to this.
Oh wow. Oh wow. He's getting angry, y'all.
Because he's trying to confuse him, and the kid knows it. Because what
Yeah.
he's trying to say is, so you just said that after you left that guy's house was the same morning that Brianna disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying that you and your sister and Henry all went to this guy's house, and then after that Brianna disappeared?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't think the judge is going to play with this very much longer.
No, not too much longer. I'm looking at the thing. No,
yeah,
not too much longer.
look at the judge's posture. He is now, and he at some point he was sitting back a little
He's
bit.
like sitting on alert. Like I'm
Yeah.
gonna stop you. Like
Yeah.
we're not gonna do this.
The whole time this boy has been testifying, he is sat completely straight up and he's staring right at
Mm-hmm.
the defense attorney.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do that when the prosecution was going, but now he's doing it like he's 2 seconds away from going, yeah, I'm going to go to recess and me and you need to have a conversation.
Because you got to remember that the judge is the one that hopped up when he was questioned that Friday, the day before. Well, the weekend, the Friday, because this is Monday at this point. And he was the one when he saw DL, you know, like his demeanor and stuff. He's the one that stopped it. Like he's protecting this young man, and he's not gonna let that defense attorney beat up on him like that. You know, and I don't blame him. But he's not gonna be up there much longer. Let's listen.
This dirt road, and you said that you saw him pouring bleach. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you said you saw him pouring bleach over some bushes. That's your recollection?
Yes.
Now, this was after you went to Walmart?
Yes.
Now, the Walmart you went to was in a whole different town, right?
Yes.
Because you fell asleep on the way there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, he went to Walmart first to get the bleach?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that then you went to a dirt road?
Yes.
And he took that same bleach and poured it over some bushes?
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that this is not the first time you have told this story?
Yes.
You've told it to the police before?
Some of them.
Okay. And it's your testimony that Henry got out of the car and this is where he was where he was fishing?
Yes.
So he was fishing at the place he poured the bleach?
No.
Okay, so make sure. It was daylight at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. You never got out of the car?
No. I stayed in the car.
How did you see him pouring bleach over the bushes?
Because you can see through the back windows.
Okay. Did he have to walk in the bushes a ways to pour this bleach, or did he just walk around?
It was over a hill. Like there was like a flat road, and there was the bushes right there, down there. He poured it.
So Henry's car is on the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And he had to walk over a little hill, right?
Yes.
And then he just from the road poured the bleach in the bushes?
Yep.
Okay.
He put it back in the car.
Pop the trunk and put it back in the car?
Yes.
Now, you were at Walmart and Henry went inside. You said you got hold of his phone and put the battery back in the phone, right?
Yes.
You know what kind of phone he had?
No.
I mean, some phones are pretty hard to get the battery in and out of, right?
Yes.
But this one wasn't?
No.
No?
No.
Did that phone have a passcode on it?
No.
What game did you play?
I don't know. It's like Candy Crush type.
Okay. And then from the Walmart, you just drove around till you got back to the mobile home, right?
Yes.
And then it's your testimony that Henry stops, he gets out of the car, and you stay in the car, and he gets to the trunk again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And now he uses the bleach again?
What?
Now he uses the bleach a second time?
He only used the bleach one time.
Well, I thought you told the prosecutor he used the bleach to wipe off a bloody knife.
It was like a spray bottle
He had a spray bottle.
for the knife. Yes.
Okay, describe the spray bottle for me, please.
It says cleaning, and it says bleach, and it's a spray bottle.
What color?
White.
Okay. He had a rag in the trunk?
A white. No, it was an RV.
I understand. But he had to get the knife and the spray bottle out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
So he would have to get a rag out of the trunk as well to wipe down the knife, right?
He wiped the knife at the RV.
In the RV?
Yes.
Okay, so how'd you see him wipe down the knife if he was in the RV?
He was standing in the middle.
The door was open?
An RV?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So describe this knife for me. What color was it?
It had a brown handle, and the pointy part was silver.
Brown handle, silver blade, right?
Yes.
And how could you tell it was bloody?
'Cause it had red stuff all over it.
Covered in blood?
Yes.
Blood dripping off it?
Yeah. No,
You could see a lot of blood on it.
there was a lot, but it wasn't dripping off it. But there was a lot.
Okay. So Henry sprays this bloody knife down right in front of you. That's your testimony.
Yes.
And he's what, 5 feet from you, 6 feet from you when he's doing this?
I don't know how many feet.
Okay, well, you're in the passenger seat, right?
Yes.
And you can see Henry very clearly, right?
Through the back window. Yes.
Yep. He can see you, right?
No.
You can see him, but he can't see you?
Yes.
How do you figure that?
My seat was leaned back.
Okay. And it's your testimony that this bloody knife then, Henry takes a spray bottle, cleans it off, wipes it down, and takes it into the RV, all within, I want to say 10, 20 feet of you, right?
Yes.
Risking the fact that you may see it, right?
I think so.
And it's your testimony that your dad came back and picked you up and took you someplace where he covered up some crime scene and sprayed bleach, right?
Yes.
And your dad came back and picked you up and sprayed down a knife, which may be evidence of a crime, in front of you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now the fishing pole and Henry going fishing. Today's the first time we hear about that too, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that just a detail you happen to remember between the last time we talked and today?
No, I remember everything.
Okay, so you chose not to tell us when we were
I
asking you
barely
questions?
talk.
Excuse me?
I barely talk.
You barely talk.
Yes.
Okay, so when people ask you questions, you just answer them the way you want?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Notorious, I think you talk more than you give yourself credit for, and let me tell you why. Remember the day Breasia disappeared, you went on a ride with the police, right?
Yes.
And your mom went along for this, right?
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that your memory, the day Breasia disappeared, was probably better than your memory is today. Right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Do you think your memory's better today than it was?
It's always good.
It's always good. Okay.
Yes.
Have you ever told the police a lie?
No.
Have you ever told the police false facts?
Facts.
Just true facts?
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you recall the police driving you around that afternoon, between 3, 4 in the afternoon, and they took you down near the water by Credit Island, you and your mom?
Yes.
And they took you by a bait shop, and you said you remembered the bait shop.
I don't recall.
Okay. If an officer would testify that you said you remembered the bait shop, or there's a recording of it, That would be true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You recall that the officers went to a lagoon area?
A what?
A pond area at your direction, and the police said you said that Dad parked in the gravel parking lot and went fishing?
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
You also recall telling him that day that Dad went fishing with 6 guys?
I didn't. Yes.
You told them that, right?
Yes.
And that's the day your sister disappeared, right?
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
It is.
So today, you're saying your dad went fishing with 6 guys?
I don't know.
You don't know if your dad went fishing with 6 guys?
No.
You also told the police that when Dad went fishing with 6 guys, you had to stay in the car, right?
Yes.
You also told them in response to a question where they asked you where Henry went, and you directed them to a tree line to the west area of the entrance of Credit Island. You recall doing that?
No.
If the police have a recollection of that, or there's a recording showing that, would you dispute that?
What do you mean?
Would a police officer lie about that if he said you said that?
Objection.
No.
You can't ask a witness to comment on another person's credibility.
Withdrawn. Do you recall telling them where your dad went fishing with the 6 guys?
Credit Island.
Okay. Do you recall getting out of the car and physically walking with them?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
You don't recall walking into the tree line, stopping, pointing to the ground and said, Dad was standing right here?
Huh?
You don't recall getting out of the car, walking the police over to the tree line of the pond by Credit Island, stopping and saying, Dad was standing right here?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. Was that true?
Yes, it was.
So Dad took you there as well that day?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
And there were 6 guys with him, right?
They wasn't with him. They was already there.
Okay. Did Dad talk to those 6 guys?
I don't know. I did not even see him when he walked all the way back there.
As you were out driving that day? Come on, Bree.
I don't recall.
If a police officer says you relayed that to him, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall after Breasia was found that an officer came to your house and shared the news?
Yes.
You then also told police a different story, didn't you?
I didn't tell no cops a different story.
You didn't tell the police that you were present when Breasia was shot?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, you're making me mad and upset.
I understand that. You don't remember, you don't know.
Oh, wow. See, this 11-year-old voice that you making me mad, you making me upset. Oh, wow. So he did mention fishing. Dad may have told him to say that. Also, one man that's here is Mrs. Dad. He did what he said. Yeah.
I told you he's going to. He knows by calling Henry his dad, it upsets him.
That's why he's doing it, and that is so sad.
The prosecutor never referred to him as his dad, but he's gonna keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to paint a picture of what your dad took. Did your dad take you here? Oh, your dad took you there. Oh, you and your dad did this.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
No, you don't recall?
I don't recall.
You don't recall telling the police that you and Briasia and Henry and Andrea Culberson were all out at the location where she was found and Henry shot her?
I didn't say Andrea was with us.
Well, who'd you say was with you?
Him, me, and my sister.
Oh, so now you recall, right?
No, I don't. I don't know anything.
You just don't want to answer, do you?
I do, but you're.
What do you recall?
Say you're confusing me.
What do I recall?
You obviously recall that Andrea wasn't there, so you recall facts. What do you recall?
Us three there.
At the location where Briasia was killed?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't testify to that today, right?
Yes.
Because that's not true, right?
If you say it's not true.
I'm asking you.
I guess.
I guess, or either it is or it isn't. Either you were there when she was killed or you weren't.
I said, I guess.
I don't accept that answer, sir. Either you were there when she was shot or you weren't.
I was there. Damn.
So you were there.
Yes.
You saw your dad shoot Briasia Terrell.
Yes.
Okay. And how come you didn't say that when the prosecutor asked you? Because it's not the truth, right?
Everything I say is true.
Okay, so the whole story about the bloody knife and going to Walmart, you just conveniently left out the fact that you saw your sister get shot when the prosecutor was asking you?
I didn't leave it out. I didn't speak about it. I hate speaking about it.
Did you and the prosecutor talk about this ahead of time?
In private, yeah.
You just told her not to ask you about it because you don't like to speak about it?
I didn't tell her not to.
Okay. Well, your testimony today is you saw Henry Dinkins.
I don't.
A long gun.
How am I supposed to know what it is?
You were a couple feet away. That's
I
how
may
you're
be
supposed
solid,
to
but I
answer.
don't know what it is.
Okay, what color was the gun?
Silver.
Okay. Was it a gun that you hold up to your arm like this, or was it one you just hold in your hand?
I don't know.
Okay. Isn't it true that you only come up with this story after you heard someone else talk about it?
No.
Okay. You didn't overhear police or your mom talking about how Briasia was killed and come up with this story?
I talk about what I saw, not what they talk about. What I saw.
Okay.
Not them.
Okay. You didn't make this report about what you saw until after Briasia was found, right?
I knew the whole story.
And you didn't tell the whole story when Briasia disappeared, did you?
I said I barely talk about it. I said that first before I got up there.
Okay, so it's your testimony that your mom and your family and everybody else is out searching for your sister. Okay? You know what happened, but you don't tell anybody, right?
No.
Okay, so your mom's out there literally scavenging every possible place to find the daughter that she loves. And you know that she's been shot, and you know where she is. And you let your mom go out and search that way?
I told her where she was.
You told your mom where she was?
Yes.
Right away?
Not right away, but someday after that.
So you tell me now that you told your mom you knew where she was and where to find her, and your mom did not go look for her?
She did go look for her.
And didn't find her?
At that same place, she did.
Oh. Well, we'll ask her. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bree went missing about 3 years ago, right?
Yes.
You would have been 8 years old at that time. If you're 11 now, 8 years old back then.
Yeah.
And you talked about going over to a guy's house and that Bree was with you when you went over to that guy's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that happen when your dad first picked you up from, when Henry? So he picked you up from your grandma's house and then you went over to a guy's house.
Yes.
And what did Henry do while you guys were at that guy's house?
He was outside and we was inside.
So that happened before you went over to Andrea's apartment.
Yeah.
And so then you went back to, or after you left that guy's house, is that when you went to Andrea's apartment?
Yes.
And what happened when you got there?
We was playing games.
And where were you when you played games?
I was in the living room and she was in the bedroom.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
At some point then, did the two of you go to bed?
Yes.
And where did you fall asleep?
In the bedroom.
At some point, did you wake up in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Where was Bree?
Not to be found.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about fishing. Remember those questions? Now, you were asked those questions about you driving around with the police on the day that Breasia was reported missing. You remember those questions? And they took you down to Credit Island?
Yes.
And you told the police about your dad fishing during that conversation on July 10th, the day she went missing, right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned, or you were asked some questions about some other guys that may have been fishing as well. Did you actually see any other people fishing?
I barely could see them.
Were they just so far away?
Way far, yeah.
How did you know they were fishing?
They have fishing poles also.
And did Henry say anything about fishing that morning?
No.
But you saw him with the fishing pole?
Yes.
Dee, when was the last time that you saw Breasia?
We was at Andrea's house.
And was she in the bedroom at that time?
Yes.
Did you ever see her again after that?
That last time.
The last time?
Yeah.
When was the last time?
When she got shot.
Were you afraid to tell people that you saw her get shot?
Yes, I was.
Why?
Because it's hard to talk about.
Were you scared?
No.
Were you worried you might get in trouble?
Somewhat like that.
See, this is the thing. He traumatized that young boy. I'm gonna tell you why. First of all, he's his dad, and he killed his sister, right? But he also traumatized him, and going back to that house, picking him up, taking him to the Walmart, and I absolutely do believe that he went back to that crime scene with DL in the car. Now, what DL saw, you know, he's trying to tell that what he saw, but he's an asshole for even picking the baby up, taking him back to where, taking him anywhere. Because the fact of the matter is, it's already odd that you came back to the house without Breasia. Breasia's missing, and you take DL and you leave. What you take DL and leave for? You know what? Honestly, be true. I think he tried to put fear in his heart.
He wanted to intimidate him to make
That's
him
what I
believe
think.
that you're next. If you say anything, you're next. I could do this to you too. That's what he was. I believe that's what he was doing. He was trying to tell him that I could
So
easily
what
do this
sense
to
does
you.
it make for you to go back to the house? Now, Breasia's missing at this point, and then you go back to the house and you pick up DL for what? Like, why are you taking him on these excursions? Why are you taking him down to the creek or whatever it was? Why are you doing that? You take him to Walmart for him to sit in the car, which I don't agree with people leaving children in the car. I get on my daughters all the time. Mom, I'm just running the gas station. I don't give a damn. He was 8 at the time. I do not believe in leaving kids in the car. I absolutely don't. So you take them to Walmart. You go and get them from the safety of the house. You take them to Walmart for them to sit in the car. You go in there and buy bleach. You go in there and buy bleach, and then you go back to wherever. It's just too much. She's mentioning how you know. Oh, okay. So you get what I'm saying? Be true.
I think it was an intimidation factor.
Yeah, because it don't make sense otherwise.
I don't think he actually saw him shoot him. I think it he did. I don't think he saw him shoot him because of he remembers that he took him back to this place. I think he was trying to see if he hid her well enough where people couldn't find her very easily.
And I also think he saw him clean out that machete.
Well, I don't think he dismembered her because most of the autopsy is contributing most of it to
What was the bleach for? What was the bleach for?
I believe he was hacking to get her into a certain spot. He was hacking some of those trees away because where she was found was in the center. She was in the center of a bush area, like she was placed in there.
So you buy bleach to hack down bushes? I mean,
Well, he probably could have hit her too, but again, the bleach was. I think she died at the apartment.
wait a minute. No, couldn't be. Because remember, the woman said she saw her standing at the car.
That's a lie. I think that's a
Really?
lie. I think she knew. Why would she not allow the boy to call his mother? Because she knew something was going on. I think he got up. I think he killed her at the apartment because of the decomposing of the body. No, he didn't shoot her. He didn't shoot her in the apartment. But again, I believe he shot her post-mortem. But there's no way for them to know it's post-mortem because of her remains were decayed. I think he did it to make sure that they couldn't tell that he strangled her or she was sexually abused at all. They wanted to make sure that if they found her before she had a chance to decompose, that they would believe that she was just shot, not strangled. Because strangle usually means close, the perpetrator is in very close proximity of the person. It's a very upfront and very personal thing to choke somebody. And with the bleach and everything else, he cleaned her off before he dumped her. I think he killed her at the apartment, and I think that girl knows. I think the whole thing about, she was standing out beside the car. So you're telling me it's okay for him to, but see, that's what gets to me is you're okay with him going out with a child at 3:00, 4:00 in the morning. And you don't have any questions or anything but you didn't say that until it became apparent that you knew something.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you covering up? By saying she was still alive doesn't place her near the body. Like if she dies in the apartment, she's in trouble. You see what I'm saying? If she dies at that apartment, she's in trouble. Or she may not have been dead. He may have did something to her. But no one saw her in the car. When he stopped, no one saw her in the car. They didn't know whether she was probably in the car, but I believe she was already dead.
Mm. Wow.
I believe she was brought there, and that's where he hid the body. And the fact that he goes fishing there, he knows that place. And I think he was looking around to see who was there. That's what the whole fake fishing was for.
Mm, 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 mm. All right, well, let's continue to listen.
I don't have any further questions.
You may step down.
I'd have to agree with Janice Foreman because the brother can't tell you what time did his sister kick him.
And just like Miss Janet said, I just thought about the kick. Okay, so Miss Janet said her brother said he felt her kick him hard on his leg, so I believe he was doing something to her then. I do believe that with her house smell like bleach if it happened in her part. He did the bleach thing at the where he dumped her body, I think.
Yep.
But this is the thing. You know what? Now that I read Miss Janet's comment, you're right. Like, but if he did it, if he,
You see what I'm saying?
oh,
The sister's trying to wake him.
yeah, she was.
She's trying to wake him. He doesn't wake up, and he doesn't want her to wake the brother up. So he strangles her.
He was doing something at the moment when she was kicking him. He was doing. I don't know if he was getting her out of bed. I don't know if he was strangling her in the bed. I don't know if he was messing with her in the bed. I don't know. But he it started in that bed.
That's what I believe. I believe it started
Yeah.
in the house. I think he strangled her, and then he didn't know if she was complete. He may have shot her because he didn't know if she was still alive or not.
Right. Right. Yeah, I have to agree with that. All right, so they're done with him, and I think I'm at 3:24. I'm willing to go to 4 hours, and I think the mom is about to take the stand. I want to get into the mom's testimony. So, let's see.
Ms. Cunningham, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Aisha Langford to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Aisha Langford, Aishia. Last name Langford, L.
Do you have any children?
I do. I have 3 children.
And we're using initials for your oldest child and your youngest child. What are the initials of your oldest child?
Initials is CLS.
Okay. And what was CLS's age back in July of 2020?
CJ would have been about 14, I want to say, I believe.
Okay. What's his date of birth?
It's, November 28th, 2006.
2006. All right. And so then actually, he hadn't yet had his 14th birthday if we're talking about July of 2020. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
All right. So the child would have been 13.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then what is the name of your second child?
My second child is Breasia Terrell. The initials?
No, we're using Briasia's name, but just for the other 2 children, we're using initials. And then what is Briasia's date of birth?
Her date of birth is 12/4/2009.
How old was Briasia then as of July of 2020?
She was 10.
All right. And then finally, your youngest child?
Name or just initials?
Just initials for him.
DRL.
Okay. And then what was DL's age back in July of 2020?
He would have been 8.
All right. Now let's talk about the personalities of your children. Your oldest child, how would you describe him as an individual?
It's CJ. Well, for the most part, he's very active. He's smart. He's very helpful and a funny guy.
All right. And then Briasia?
She was a truth teller, very caring. She helped out a lot, secondary mom in the house for the most part. She was real good. She was very loving.
All right. And as the only female child, in terms of how she would conduct herself relative to her brothers, how would you describe that?
Rough, but more like, I'm the other mom here when mom's not.
Not around?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Briasia, did she have any type of disabilities?
She had something going on, I want to say with her right eye.
Hey, Chef, welcome. Thanks for joining. Y'all, please hit the like button if you don't mind. Feel free to support the channel, y'all. This is Briasia's mom.
Was like a lazy eye, so she was like losing a little. Yeah, it was messing up here and there. Also on that, I want to say that right side as well. She couldn't really hear a little bit.
All right. And then how would you describe your youngest son, DL?
Notorious. He's piece of work, but he's amazing. He's very caring, still loving, and very helpful. And he's a big protector for the most part.
Okay. Now, as for the children's grandmother, what is the name of the children's maternal grandmother?
Donita Garner.
Could you spell Donita Gardner for our record?
Of course, it's DONITA GARDNER.
Okay. And then is Mrs. Garner actively involved as a grandmother in the children's lives?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she definitely involved in the children's lives during the time frame of July of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, let's talk about the father of DL. What is the name of the father of DL?
Henry Dinkins.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
Yes, he is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for purposes of the record?
He's wearing this manila-looking shirt, I guess, sitting right next between his little lawyers.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification.
The record shall so reflect.
Okay. And was Mr. Dinkins the father of either CS or Briasia?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Now, how old were you when you met Mr. Dinkins?
I was about 18.
All right. And at that time, then, did you already have Cardell and Briasia?
Yeah, I just had Briasia a couple months prior to meeting him.
All right. How old was Mr. Dinkins when you met him?
Mr. Dinkins told me he was in his late 20s.
Okay. Did you later find out that that was not true?
Yes.
Okay. And was there quite an age difference between the two of you?
Yes, about a 19-year difference.
Okay. How long were the two of you involved in a relationship with one another?
Like a year or two.
Okay. And then during the course of that relationship, then did you become pregnant with DL?
I did.
All right. If you were to describe Mr. Dinkins' involvement with Briasia's life during the period of a year or so that you were dating him, did he really have a lot of involvement with Briasia?
He was around. He helped out and looked out for him and everything like that.
Okay. Did you consider him to be a father figure of Briasia?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Okay. But then was there a period of time that he was no longer actively involved in your life?
Yes, when he got incarcerated.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So then stepping out beyond that, how long did your relationship last with Mr. Dinkins after you conceived DL?
Probably a few months, maybe.
Okay. All right. Talking about the course of the 8-year period of time up to July of 2020, was Mr. Dinkins a regular figure within your life or the children's life?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. All right. Did Briasia consider him to be a father figure at all?
For the most part, yes, she looked up to him.
Okay. All right. And was Mr. Dinkins somebody that was actively involved in Briasia's life over the course of her 10 years?
No.
Was it something that was very sporadic?
And what does that mean? I'm sorry.
Just, occasionally, there'd be occasional contact throughout
yes.
the course of her 10 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about the summer of 2020. Had Mr. Dinkins been a part of your life or the children's lives leading up to the summer of 2020?
Yes, we used to do barbecues down at the river. He would come down, so he would spend time with Notorious more. So we just hang out down there, make, hot dogs and stuff like that with the kids and family.
Okay. And when you say that we were involved in cookouts down at the river, who was responsible for putting on those cookouts?
I mean, it was just something that we all just come together, and it was just something that just kind of took place when we got down there.
Okay. Was it like your circle of friends and people that Mr. Dinkins would have known?
Yes.
Okay. And then during June of 2020, did you have some contact with Mr. Dinkins by virtue of those cookouts down by the river?
Yes.
All right. Was DL down at those cookouts?
Yes, he was.
Would CS have been down for the cookouts?
Yes, he was.
And then would Breasia have been down there for the cookouts?
Yes,
Now, did you ever meet a woman by the name of Andrea Culberson?
I did.
When did you first meet Andrea Culberson?
I met her in the grocery store back in June with Mr. Dinkins.
All right. Did they happen to be at a grocery store that you had gone shopping at?
Yes, me and my mom had went shopping and I had ran into him and he introduced us.
Okay. And so then during that month of June, when you talked about there being some cookouts, had Andrea Culberson been down to a cookout, at least one cookout there that summer that you had occasion to sit and visit with her?
Yes, she was down.
Okay. And then as far as just your opportunity to meet and visit with Ms. Culberson down at the cookouts, how would you describe the two of you, as far as hitting it off and, really identifying with one another?
I mean, for the most part, I thought she was okay. We were just talking and things like that, and just getting to know one another. I didn't see anything different with her. Like, she seemed like a nice person.
Absolutely. Now, I want to direct your attention, if I could, to events of July 8th of 2020.
Okay.
Does that set the stage for events that played out on July 9th and July 10th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Describe what you were doing that day that really set the stage for events that developed on July 9th and led into what occurred on July 10th of 2020.
Well, July 8th, I was trying to get a hold of Mr. Dinkins' number because I knew he might have had some landlord's numbers or whatever. And we were driving and to a friend's house and I saw him at the quick shop on 53rd.
Okay.
And the tourist said, "That's my dad." So I pulled over and we were talking, we exchanged numbers. He told me that he would take the tourist for a couple of days for me.
Okay. And then so by virtue of that, were there concrete plans that were established there at the quick shop as to when Mr. Dinkins would be picking up DL?
Yes, he said that he will come get the tourist on the 9th. And I said, well, just let me know. So I'm able to call my mom because I had to work.
Okay. All right. Relative to those plans, who did those plans include of your children?
It included the tourist.
And that was the only child to go?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any intention for Breasia to go and spend a few days with Mr. Dinkins?
No.
All right. And did you even feel comfortable with Breasia going and spending a few days with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. But that was not the plan?
No, it wasn't the plan.
Where were you employed?
I was employed at Checkers Rally on East Locust.
All right. So just to set a perspective, are you familiar with Sudlow Junior High there on East Locust?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, across the street, yes.
Okay. Is Checkers located within that vicinity?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if Sudlow would be on the north side of, Locust Street, is Checkers on the opposite side, on the south side of Locust Street?
Yes.
Okay. What hours did you typically work at the Checkers there on East Locust?
Typically, I worked at 11 to 4.
All right. Were you scheduled to work on July 9th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your scheduled hours, if you have some recollection?
I had to work at 11 to 4, but I had stayed an extra hour because staff hadn't made it in yet.
All right. So then you worked a little bit later than that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to July 8th if we could. Now, you've run into Mr. Dinkins there at the quick shop. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, then, did the two of you exchange numbers?
Yes.
All right. Did you not previously have his telephone number within your phone?
I had his phone number, but I had rebooted my phone because me and the ex-girlfriend broke up. So I had switched my number and things and rebooted the phone. So I didn't have his number. It didn't save. And my mom couldn't pull it up or remember it.
All right. After you received his number then on that date, did you add that to your contact list?
Yep, I added the tourist daddy on as my contact, yes.
All right. So if you were to receive a call from Mr. Dinkins' telephone number, the name that would populate on the phone would be what?
The tourist's daddy.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 96-1, consisting of pages 1 through 7. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 96-1 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize States Exhibit 96-1?
I do.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 96-1?
I recognize it because it looks a bit like my phone records.
Okay. Now, at the top of that document, in the middle section, is there a caption that identifies what telephone number this cell phone log applies to?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Right in the middle at the top.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Directing your attention to that middle heading, looking at that, does that identify which telephone number these records belong to?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that telephone number?
It's 563-676-4247.
Do you recognize that number?
I do.
Whose telephone number is that?
That's my cell phone number.
All right. And then as you look at pages 1 through 7, does this, what date range does it include as far as incoming and outgoing calls that were received on your phone?
July 8th, July 9th, July 10th.
Okay. All right.
From 2020.
All right. Does this document then reflect the different contacts that occurred between yourself and Mr. Dinkins involving calls either made or received from your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 96-1.
Exhibit 96-1 will be admitted.
Now, what I'd like to do.
So, Avila, there was an Andrea Culbertson from Ohio, age 37, indicted for drug use and buying a firearm with false statement on 11/5/2020. I have no clue. I can't believe his fat ass looked that young at 37. She wasn't. She should have. Yeah, I don't think she looked younger than what he was, as young as he was saying. But yeah, I don't know if that's her. I have no clue. The fact shows Henry is a predator with an attraction to. Listen. In Fawn's voice, listen, Linda. 18 years old, he was 37. That's weird. That's weird. Okay? So he did have an attraction to younger women. All right, let's listen.
Have we taken and highlighted portions from State's Exhibit 96.1, which will make it easier for us to identify the calls that we're going to be talking about?
I'm sorry.
Yes. Have we gone through and highlighted the relevant calls that we're going to be talking about through your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so will that make it just easier to pick out the various contacts that you had, either in incoming or outgoing calls from your phone to Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yes.
For purposes of our record, could you please identify Mr. Dinkins' telephone number?
Of course, it's 563-726-4078.
Okay. Your Honor, may we publish this as we work through the various calls?
You may.
All right. Now, starting with page 1. Let me start with page 1 here. Okay. And as we look at page 1, let's go through our first series, if we could. That very first entry. Actually, the entries that we're seeing on this first page, what are the dates of the calls that were either received or you made to his cell phone?
You said the times?
The date.
The dates. They're July 8th of 2020.
Okay. And then just what do we have highlighted here?
I see 6 so far on this page, but
All
there's
right.
more on the next one.
We're going to focus on page 1.
All right.
As we look at the mobile roll, were these incoming or outgoing calls on the 8th?
Yes, they were outgoing. Outbound.
Were these calls that you were making to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that being said, the timeframes for these calls, how is that reflected? Is it reflected in military time or just what would be normal time that any of us would recognize?
Military time.
And then do you understand the adjustments to make when there are times reflected for a call based on military time?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Well, say, for example, if we look at that first call that you made, what is the time that you made that call?
5:46 p.m.
Okay. And then so is that appearing as 1746?
Yes, ma'am.
Military time.
Mhm.
So essentially, are you subtracting 5 hours from that?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. All right. So 546, how long did that last?
About 10, it looks about 10 seconds, it looks like.
The time of our next call,
It was 5:47,
how long did that last?
6 seconds.
The time of our next call,
You say truth, I miss you and the clown reaction to DL Carson examination I got in the call. Oh, my reaction is, I forgot what I even said, but I felt like when the defense attorney was questioning him, he was getting angry. He even said it. I felt like the boy, DL was young. He was 8 at the time, 11 now, still young. I think he was. I think he was kind of intense. I get what you're saying about taking the daddy out of the courtroom, which they rarely
Mhm.
do. But I do agree with you that he was a little intimidated. And I just said that I didn't understand why he would go back to the house. I think all in all, what that man did when he went and picked that baby up, knowing what he had done to his sister, he traumatized him. Because it's not, the fact that your daddy killed your sister is already traumatizing enough, right? And I believe him and Breasia were close. He wanted Breasia at that house with him for comfort and support, right? And I think that when he went back and got him and took him to the Walmart, took him back to the crime scene and all that stuff, he traumatized and intimidated him.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I just
Mhm.
I just think it's awful.
He also wanted to make sure that he wasn't able to call his mother.
Exactly. Because the Andrea lady had already denied him what he asked one time about
Yes,
calling his mom.
and
Now, why that woman, if Breasia was missing at this point, that DL wanted to call his mom, why in the hell would Andrea deny him?
because he needed more time.
Andrea, to me, honestly, knew something was going on. Maybe not in detail, but she knew something had happened. She knew
I,
something was
I
going on.
believe so.
And I
I
want to
believe.
believe that this woman has not been charged with anything because she flipped, because she's going to testify. Now, I don't know what she's going to testify to. I do know she's going to testify, right? But if that
Right.
woman was not initially charged with something in this whole thing, that is sad because that
She,
woman knew that
yeah,
man had done something to that baby.
yes, she knew, and
She knew.
she said to him, "The boy has been asking to use my phone." Those
Now,
those are those were probably her exact words to Dinkins. The boy asked to use my phone. He wanted to call his mother,
exactly.
and that's
And
why
then,
he took. That's what. Why would he take him with him? That makes no sense to take him with him. He could have left the boy there, but because the boy kept asking to use her phone, I think he was worried that the boy may somehow get a hold of that phone. And then
exactly.
if he calls his mother and says she's missing, his mother's going to start calling, and then she's calling the police, and he doesn't have enough time to do what he's got to
He
do.
needed time to do what he was going to do.
It's,
The aftermath.
Yes.
I don't know if you can find that out. Like, I'm going to Google it and see what she initially charged with something. Because,
I believe she started talking real quick.
no. Um.
not fun. I know you're ahead of us, and I know she's going to testify pretty soon. Have you seen, not without going into the detail, have you seen her testimony?
Yeah, she comes next after.
The mother?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay.
So that's
Let's
why
see.
everybody thinks she should. Yeah, we'll listen to her testimony, but I don't feel as though she should be charged of anything.
Well,
You
her testimony must be astounding. Like
No, my
honestly,
thing is, no, you can't be charged of something that you don't know nothing about.
Farnberry. I'm not saying she knew. I'm not saying she knew details. I'm not saying the fact that. Let me tell you something. The fact that listen. Oh my God. Listen. Calm down, True. The fact that he took that baby away from there, she knew it. The fact that she knew he came back without that baby, she knew it. The fact that baby,
But she did question him. She did ask. That I don't
right.
know.
So you
It's
seen the
weird.
testimony.
I
You
would have
see,
had a different reaction. Yes, but
I think she feared him. I think she was scared of him.
yeah, I think
So
yeah.
yeah, I think at some point he's beating her up. I believe that in some point he intimidated her, and he basically.
And you're going to be able to tell she's a very passive person.
And that's why he picked her. That's why he was with her. I'm telling you, and one thing that kept crossing my mind while I'm listening to all this stuff, he is very comfortable in what he was doing, as if this is not his first time. That he's done this before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I truly believe he's done this before.
I do too.
As far as not to the extent of
this, but I think he's messed with a child before. I do.
Oh yes. He just he didn't get caught.
Yeah. I absolutely do believe that he's done this.
You're not gonna tell me he just did it to that 5-year-old at 17 and waited all these years and did it to Bree. I don't believe that. There were people in between that 5-year-old and Bree.
Right. Exactly. All right, let's listen.
It looks about, I think it's like 8 o'clock.
Okay, so 2,100 hours, if that's what?
9, it's like 8 or 9.
Okay, 9 o'clock, how long was that?
The duration time?
Yeah.
24 seconds.
I'm sorry, not 5 hours, 12 hours. Okay, the time of our next call?
It was 21:02 and it was 34 seconds.
The time of our next call?
21:02 and it was 0 seconds.
The time of our next call?
21:05 and that was also 0 seconds.
All right, and the time of our next call?
21:05 and it was 3 seconds.
All right. When we look at either there being no connection or just a very limited time associated with that, were you able to make any direct contact with Mr. Jenkins where the two of you were having conversations?
No, it was more like kind of like a telephone type of tag thing, and it started in text messages was being passed.
All right. So now let's go ahead and let's go to page 2 if we could. During this period of time, then, what is it that what is the purpose of the calls?
The purpose of the calls was I was at first grabbing this number, so I had to call a couple times, so then he would be able to have my number as well. And then also to kind of try to figure out a good time and things like that for Detorius to be.
Does page 2 involve different?
July 9th.
All right. Now, how many calls are either going to Mr. Jenkins' phone or coming into your phone on July 8th on this page? And let's count our highlighted sections.
I see 7 from July 8th on this one.
Okay. All right. And then tell us what we're looking at in terms of date or time ranges.
I'm sorry, I'm not following that question.
Yeah. And then what times are these calls being made?
21:06. I see 21:09. 21:09, 21:09, 22:52, 22:54, 22:55.
Okay. So 2,100 hours military time equates into what? If we minus 12.
It's like 9.
Okay, and then for 2,200 hours, if we subtract 12, what does that equate into in terms of standard time?
10 p.m.
Were these incoming or outgoing calls that you were making?
These are outbound calls.
And then during this series of calls on July 8th, explain what it is that you are trying to establish.
I was trying to establish how long Detorius would be with them and when he was going to be able to pick them up and the location of his pickup.
All right. As we look at the duration of those calls, in the duration of those calls, were you able to make contact with him through, any type of telephone conversation?
I don't recall, but there's a few of them like 32 seconds, 40 seconds and things like that.
Okay. And are there several that are 0 seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now let's go to our next date range. July 9th.
Okay.
How many entries reflect contacts either between yourself or Mr. Jenkins during the date of July 9th?
Looks about 7 on this one. Hold on.
Okay. All right. Now, you indicated that you went to work at what time?
I had went to work about, I don't even recall the exact time I had went to work on the 9th. I'm sorry.
All right. Your typical schedule, though, starts at what time?
My typical schedule started at 11, but there was times where I was going in early. Sometimes it would be like 10, sometimes 11 or earlier.
All right. And if you went in earlier, what would that be attributable to?
I'm sorry.
If you went in earlier, what would that be attributable to?
I'm not understanding that question.
Sure. If you went in earlier, what would be the cause of that?
Because we were short-staffed.
Gotcha. All right. So then take us through our activity on July 9th. Are there any inbound calls that are coming from Mr. Jenkins' telephone number?
Sorry. Outbound. There's a lot of outbounds. I don't think I see any inbounds.
Okay, go to our first entry on July 9th. Is that an inbound call for Mr. Dinkins?
On July 8th, you said?
No, I'm looking at July 9th. Let me approach. Going down here.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so the first call on July 9th, is that an inbound call or an outbound call?
That was an inbound.
Okay, what time do you receive, or what time does that call, is it made to your phone?
10:40 a.m.
Okay, and then what's the duration of that call?
79 seconds.
Okay, and then is there subsequent activity between your phone and Mr. Dinkins' phone that shows that there's no connection?
I'm not understanding that question either.
Is there several calls after that where there's no communication at all, or attempts, like no conversations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, based on duration of call, which would be how many seconds?
Like 0, it looks like.
All right, now in that first call for 79 seconds, do you know if you had a conversation with Mr. Dinkins or not?
I don't recall.
All right, but at any rate, before Mr. Dinkins went to your mother's house to pick up the children, did you have any solid idea of what the plans were going to be?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
The plans were going to be that Detorius was going to go with Mr. Dinkins for 3 to 5 days.
Okay, and then did you know what time he was going to be picking Detorius up?
And
if you don't remember, that's fine.
No, he had, I want to say he called or he texted, I can't recall exactly, but he called or texted and said that he was going to be on his way. I thought it was probably around like 11 a.m., but I remember him saying to let my mom know that he was on his way, and I had quickly called my mom and told him to get Detorius ready.
Gotcha, all right. Now let's go ahead and the third page of this particular exhibit. Or attempts at communications on July 9th between the two of you.
Yes.
Okay, and just take a moment to look at the activity. We won't go through that line by line, but look at the time of it so that you can get a perspective. And then once you have a perspective, describe your memory of what was developing throughout the rest of the day.
Okay, so it looks like I called, like, there's an outbound call at 3:31.
All right. And then as we more definitive contact where you can see that there were conversations that were lasting for at least a little bit of time.
Yes, I also see a few outbound calls, like around like 4:05, 4:17 for like 34 seconds to like 31 seconds. Yeah.
And then as you move later into the afternoon, after you would have gotten off work, do you see communications?
Yes.
And how long are those communications lasting?
The inbound call looks about 83 seconds. One was 188 seconds.
All right. Tell us what happened after you got off work.
Well, I got off work because I remember telling Dinkins that I was going to grab some clothes and jump in the shower and head that way.
Okay.
So I was just going to say that I was just jumped in the shower, head that way to drop clothes off.
Okay. Did you receive any calls that day from your mother to indicate that another one of your children went with Mr. Dinkins other than just DL?
Yes, after we had got done with the rush, maybe it was probably like after like 2 p.m., 3 p.m., she was saying that Breasia had went along, and then I got the text stating that she was with Dinkins.
Okay. Were you surprised by that?
Not necessarily.
All right. Then as a mother, once you learned that Breasia had gone along, did that alter what you were going to do by way of going over to the residence where the children would be located?
Yes, I just made sure that I grabbed both of them night clothes and clothes for the next day.
Okay. All right. Now, when you got off work then, describe what you did.
So when I got off work, I drove and I made sure that I grabbed the bag and I packed up some clothes, and then I had gotten contact, with Mr. Dinkins to figure out exactly the exact location of where he was, so that I was able to get those clothes dropped off because I seen that there was a storm coming.
All right. I'd like to direct your attention to State's Exhibit number 38. I'd like for you just to come down and I want you to examine this particular exhibit. And then if you could, Tell us, what was the address of your mother's residence? Go ahead, go back there and say that into the microphone so that we can hear that.
It was 614 West 63rd Street.
To give us perspective, where is that located here in Davenport?
Off Brady.
Off of Brady. When we think of like the northern or the southern part of Davenport, is it located near I-80?
Yes.
Okay, and then is it more on the western side or the eastern side toward the Bettendorf border?
More the western.
Okay, now go back to the exhibit, and then I want you to go ahead and circle your mother's residence. And looking at that, was there a specific entry made to reflect your mother's residence? Okay. And don't say anything because we can't hear you. Go ahead and circle that. Take your seat. Is there a specific descriptor on State's Exhibit number 38 that identifies the location of your mother's address?
Yes.
All right. Where were you and the children living during this period of time?
At my mom's address at 614 West 63rd Street.
Okay. Had you been living there long?
Yeah, probably a few weeks, possibly.
Okay. And so had there been some transition from your previous residence moving over to your mother's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you completely unpacked all of your belongings and the children's belongings by the events of July 9th through July 10th?
No, our things were actually in storage, and I had just like our clothes that we had on hand in the back of the truck.
Okay. What type of vehicle were you operating during that period of time?
I was driving a Ford Escape.
Sure. So then when you packed up clothing for Detorius and Briasia to go over to Andrea Culberson's, where were you collecting those belongings from?
At my mom's house in the back. I just popped the trunk. It was just going through the clothes.
Sure. What types of clothing items did you package up for the children?
I had packed up, I can't exactly recall the exact things that I packed, but I packed up some pajamas, and then I had packed up an outfit for both of them for the next day.
Okay. Did you specifically include pajamas for each of the children in the bag of clothing that would have gone over?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was it simply one bag of clothing, or was there multiple bags of clothing that went over, if you recall?
It was just one bag.
One bag of clothing. And then did you have any idea what Briasia was wearing when Mr. Dinkins picked her up?
No.
All right. And then did you have any idea what Detorius was wearing when Mr. Dinkins picked him up, or DL was wearing when he picked him up?
No.
All right. Does that later factor into some discussions and potential confusion that you had with the police department about what Briasia would have been wearing when she came up missing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's talk about footwear. At the point that Briasia came up missing, was law enforcement interested in identifying what clothing and shoes she would have been wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
What information, if you recall, did you provide them about potential clothing and or footwear that Briasia would have been wearing?
Like the shoes and things. Well, once I was able to look in the back of the trunk and see the shoes that possibly was missing, because my mom wasn't quite sure. So that's when I was like, okay, I remember her having, the white flip flops, a pair of pink flip flops, and then she had a pair of slides. They were white, and it had aqua blue trimming, and then the bottom it was like a soft cushion part, and it was an aqua blue as well.
Okay, were those the three descriptions then of possible shoes Briasia was wearing?
Wait a minute. I was listening. I wasn't really watching the chat. So Melissa said, Mama needs to be charged with child endangerment and child neglect. You feel like that, Melissa? I don't know about being charged with child endangerment and child neglect. I don't know, because to be honest, for me, the neglect, if it was like neglect, she wouldn't even make sure the babies had clothes, to be honest.
Well, so the prosecutor is trying to establish all the phone calls that she made. The numerous phone calls that she made showing that she was constantly checking on the children.
But you know what, the truth, that could be viewed another way. And let me tell you why. Concerned parents do constantly check. Let's be clear. You know what I'm saying? But also, she could have felt like something could have happened. You got to know that constantly checking could also mean that you don't feel as though your child is in, okay, let me give you an example. All right, I'm going to give you an example. When my daughters dropped my grandbabies off with me, hell, they may not call the entire time they're here. You know what I mean? Because they know that they're in good hands. No, with me, they with grandma. You know what I'm saying? They'll call and check or whatever, but not really. But when my daughters, cause see, my oldest daughter may take her kids to their dad, and then my baby girl may take them to his dad. But not when they with somebody other than me, even their daddies, they call and check. Not that they feel like something gonna happen. It's just not be okay. Let me say this: like when Briasia and Dio was with the grandma, I bet you she ain't calling much when they was with the grandma.
No, she lived there.
Oh, she lived with the mama. Okay,
Yeah, she
so
lived with the
what,
mom. But here,
what I'm
but
saying is like when she went to work and things of that nature. I promise you, she didn't make a whole bunch of phone calls to the mama checking on the baby.
no,
But
because
with
she,
them being with him, you know what I'm saying? She made phone calls, checking and checking and checking. It's like with mothers, when you drop your babies off, you know who you can drop them off with, and they're gonna be okay. And then there's others you feel like you need to check on. You know what I'm saying? So I guess you can see the constant phone calls. You can see it both ways, but
no, I understand.
what you
I understand
think?
what you're saying, but
Yeah,
see, the thing is, it was established that she knew who he was, meaning the daughter, the
yeah,
deceased, knew him and thought of him as a father.
yeah.
That's why,
She said she did see him as a father
yes,
figure.
that's why I think the brother was like, "Well, can you want to come with us? Can you come with me?"
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I don't think she put up a fight because it's like, okay, yeah, I know, he was with, he took care of me when I was younger, so he was not a threat to her.
She didn't feel like he was a
Yeah,
threat.
she didn't feel like Dinkins was a threat to her.
Right, right. So I don't know. I guess in every situation you can see two sides. Hey, Kit Kat, you can see two sides, but
Well,
this is really
again,
really sad.
hindsight, you like, I wish I didn't, or
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know, the boy is like, man, I wish I didn't ask her to come.
absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Um. All right, so let's listen. I got to. Oh my God, I got to get off of here. But let's listen.
When she would have gone over to the Dinkin residence to spend that couple of days?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. At any rate, let's go ahead and let's talk about that. So then you get off work,
Yes, ma'am.
pick up from the apartment. Where do you return to?
I returned, well, I had went from Checkers back to my mom's house at 614 West 63rd Street. And I took a shower, like I said, got the kids' clothes, and then got in contact with Mr. Dinkins to figure out where he was. And I started driving that way when he was giving me a good description of the area I was supposed to be going to.
What description did Mr. Dinkins provide to you that prompted where you first went?
Oh, at first he said Jersey Ridge, and I'm like, oh, Jersey Ridge. I was thinking there's like another apartment complex over by Capri College, so I was gonna head that way. And he was
Okay, Melissa, I get what you say. You said I just mean by letting them go over there in the first place, and she didn't want to breathe there. See, this is the thing. Like, where did we get that from? That she didn't want Brie there? Because from everything I've been hearing, she didn't mind Brie going.
Right. And
That's
you
what
know
I'm
what?
thinking. That she didn't think of him as that
Yeah, where did we
monster.
get that? I think somebody had stated that in the chat that she really didn't want Brie to
Well,
go.
because they said the grandmother let her go and then asked her.
Right.
No, yeah, the thing is, one, these people did not know that this man was a predator. I
Well,
mean,
somebody said, and I got the interview, which we're gonna probably listen to tomorrow, that she knew he was a pedophile. I don't know. I haven't watched the video, but I got a link.
they knew that
To,
he was a pedophile.
listen. You may have missed it, Fawn. I Villa sent it to me a link to an interview she did where she stated, and I don't know for fact
Who is
because I
she?
didn't listen,
The mother.
that she
The
that
mother.
she
Okay.
knew. I Villa said the mom knew.
Well, that changes my whole perspective because
We're gonna,
I,
I'm probably gonna carry this out throughout the weekend because I want to get, as caught up as much as we can. But I've been sitting there listening to an interview that I'm gonna listen to that she says that the mom knew.
Well, again, you gotta think about it. did the mom say to herself, "Well, I've never seen that side of him. I never." Well, she should have. He went in there when she was 18, and he was 37.
No, see, that changes my whole perspective now.
Yeah, that's what I
That
said, Con.
that
Oh,
that
Ebru said,
changes
yeah, I've been saying that. I didn't know that, Ebru. That's
No,
that
why
you
you said
changes
what you
my
said,
whole
but I didn't know
perspective.
that.
you only saying that because I said it, E. Brooks. Cut it out.
I didn't know that,
Yeah,
Ebru.
because I was at the thing going with they didn't know.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I believed also, that she couldn't have known. But
Yeah, because I
he
want
was
to
a
believe that if you knew, one, I wouldn't have had a child.
yeah. Of course, I'm saying if you knew off the jump, but if you found out later, and then she's probably saying to herself that well, he's never touched her or acted that way with her, and of course
I don't
when
care if you no.
but if she found out and she confronted him about it, he probably told her a whole bunch of lies. Oh, I didn't do it. They framed me. Blah blah
Now
blah.
that
I never
motherfucker
touched that
had
girl.
been
That
in
girl
court or
lied.
whatever, but I don't care. You can tell me whatever, but if you had been in court and been convicted and been in jail for shit, it wouldn't be nothing you could tell me. Now, if it was an accusation, maybe no charges weren't found, I'm not finna just deal with that at all. I'm sorry. I can't take the chance
Yeah,
with
that's
mine.
but
I
then
can't even, if the accusation is out there, I can't take the chance. I can't do it
but
because
then you
sometimes the accusation is out there and it's just not enough proof to prove it, but it actually did happen. So I'm not even taking that chance with you. You know what I'm saying? Especially around my babies. I'm not doing it.
yeah, because after I find something out like that, if I don't have the capability, I would get somebody to look you up to see if you ever been arrested, been whatever, any record, anything.
She don't need nobody to look him up if she actually wanted to look that shit up. I'm pretty sure she could have looked it up herself. She could have looked at it, but you gotta remember, and I gotta remember, and we all gotta remember. This woman was 18 years old when
And
she met
worked
this guy.
and worked at Checkers.
Well, we don't know if
Yeah,
she worked
you
at
have to
Checkers at
think.
18.
That's what I
We
was
don't know
gonna
if she
say.
worked at Checkers at 18. She's working at Checkers at 31. But when she
Yeah,
met this guy, she was 18. So,
yeah.
oh, that's kind of sticky.
But then you have the mindset, the mentality, even today at 30
Yes,
some years old, the mentality. You get what I'm
yes.
saying? So, oh my God, I'm pissed. I'm going
Oh,
on mute
I don't
because
know what to feel.
it changes my whole perspective of yeah. I would
I
never.
don't know what to feel from. I ain't gonna lie to you. Mm-mm, mm-mm.
I mean, if
You
she
don't take
if
a
it comes
chance.
out of her mouth that she actually knew that this man was a predator.
And I think the prosecutor or the defense is going to ask her, you knew about Mr. Dinkins' previous charges,
Wow.
but yet you let her go with him. So you trust him, don't you? If he's if he is actually a defense attorney worth anything, he is going to ask that question. He is going to say those exact words to him. Did you know of Mr. Dinkins' past? Did you feel threatened by Mr. Dinkins to where you didn't want your daughter to be with him?
Didn't you read off the different charges he was charged for or what he went to jail? We do so many cases, I get them all confused now.
He went for third-degree sexual abuse.
And that's it.
Yes, that's what at 17. That's what he was arrested for. He's been arrested many times for different things, but that's the only sexual offense that they
And that's
have
all
on
it
him.
would
I
have took.
asked that
That's all it would
because
have took for me. Sorry.
I asked that because of what Come Correct said. That's why I want to know what else has he been to jail for? Because
Well, you must have
Drugs,
missed it.
theft.
D-Truth spun out a lot of charges that he been charged with.
okay,
Yeah,
so
so
Oh yeah.
see, I
Oh
just
yeah.
don't want to believe she knew that that man had sexual charges against him.
Well,
And
here's my problem. Here's my problem. He constantly was getting arrested for failing to register as a level 3 sex offender.
yeah, I remember you saying that the other day. Yeah.
Constantly. Every time he moved, he was arrested for not. Well, every time he was arrested, they would also charge him with that. Because then when he puts his address down, they find out that he didn't register.
Mm-hmm. Oh, why you say my kid's dad is a registered sex offender? It was women he raped. They can by you. Oh
Well,
my God.
Mm.
I know
again,
that's right by you.
when their appetite does not get
Oh, I know that's
satisfied,
right by you.
they go
Mm-mm.
younger and younger.
Yeah, maybe because I was just so. Some people will probably say overprotective when it came to my kid. I
I
just
was
didn't let
too.
them
Wasn't
go
no sleepover
anywhere.
to mine. Only sleepover was at grandma's house.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't let them go
Uh-uh.
anywhere.
No
All
ma'am.
no, mm-mm.
No ma'am.
They can come over here. I just mm-mm. My daughter used to stay mad at me. That's my friend, mommy. I don't know them people.
Look, every time one of my nephews or nieces or something like that, and they would get involved with someone and it dealt with someone related, my cousin, my little cousins or something, I would tell them, make sure they understand who I am, and make sure they understand that I will make them disappear quickly. Won't be a trace, not even a toenail will be found.
Okay, Drew. I'm sorry. I'm just feeling some type of way because all this time I thought that these people did not know of this the
And
sexual
like I
abuse.
said, we're gonna come with that interview tomorrow that Avila sent me. Thank you again, Avila. Avila sent me a interview where she said the woman said she knew. You know what? I have not watched it, and I'm not gonna watch it until we watch it together. But Avila say if he was found guilty with a 5-year-old, nothing is off limits to him. He is messed up in the head for sure. Facts, facts. I have 2 daughters, and those devil never sleep. Oh my goodness. By you, I had no clue about that with you, sweetie. That's
Wow, that's deep.
crazy.
Yeah, that's deep.
Yeah, that's deep. All right, y'all, let's listen. And we had 4:15, but if y'all willing to be, y'all still here, so we're gonna keep going. I do have to go live later, but it's gonna be much later. I think Trey is going live at like 6:45 or something like that, but we coming back later after him. So yeah, let's keep going. Y'all still here, so let's go.
Like, no, he said it was like going towards a Walmart or something like that. And I was like, okay, all right, I think I know where you are.
All right. Did you end up going to the Jersey Meadow apartment complex located right next to Costco there on 53rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you went over to the apartment complex, was this an area that you were familiar with?
Yes, I worked in the area.
Now, this particular apartment complex, did you have any friends or family that lived there?
No.
Okay. Other than going over that day, was this a location that you had ever gone and spent time at before?
No.
Had any of the children ever been over to this particular apartment complex to spend time?
No.
Would this have been an apartment complex that DL would have been familiar with?
No.
Would this have been an apartment complex that Briasia was familiar with?
No.
Was this an apartment complex that CS was familiar with?
No.
Before we talk a little bit further about that, I want to talk about sleep patterns, just between you and your 3 children. How would you describe your sleep pattern when you go to bed at night?
I'm out like a light.
All right. If you were to describe CS's sleep pattern, how would you describe that?
Like, the same. When she's down for the most part. Yes.
Okay. And then DL?
Same.
All right. Was Briasia ever known just to wake up and wander off?
No.
Okay. Was Briasia ever known to engage in...
Wait a minute, Ebros, he changed it to 8:30? I thought it was like 6 something. He changed to 8:30. Okay. All right.
sleepwalking?
No.
Okay. Was Briasia a child who, would just take off on her own?
No.
Okay. And if Briasia was in a location that she wasn't familiar with, would she be the type of child that would leave that location, just to search out mom or grandma?
No.
Okay. If Briasia didn't feel comfortable in a location that she was at, what would she do?
She would try to first contact my oldest sister or myself, or a number, or just someone that she knows, so that, you know, they're able to figure out, so they're able to figure out exactly where she is and things.
Okay. All right. Now let's go ahead and jump back into where we were at relative to your questioning. So once you gathered the children's clothing, did you respond to the Jersey Meadow apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach out and try to communicate with anyone to let them know that you were on your way?
I had reached out to Dinkins and told him.
Okay. And when you say Dinkins, who do you mean?
Henry.
Did either Briasia or Detorius have a cell phone with them that they would have been able to take to the apartment?
No, they didn't have a cell phone with them.
Okay. So then as far as your ability to communicate with anyone, whose phone would you have to telephone?
Henry Dinkins.
All right. Did Mr. Dinkins have your telephone number before the children went to spend time with him on July 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How are you sure of that?
Because I gave it to him, and he also had my mom's number as a backup, so he had contact.
Okay. Describe what happened then when you went over to the complex.
I sat out there. I talked to Briasia for a little bit because she was holding her dog. She was trying to go in with the dog and things, and she was letting me know that she was learning how to be an AT&T agent, and she was really excited about it.
Okay. When you got there to the complex then, did you never go inside the apartment?
No, I actually sat outside because she had came running around the building complex of the apartment. She ran around.
Okay. And then did Briasia come meet you at the car?
Yeah, she met me at the car.
All right. So now tell us about the family pet. Had you taken a family pet with you?
Yes, I had her dog.
Okay. When Briasia saw that her little dog was in the vehicle, how did she react?
She was pretty excited. She was like, "Ooh, mommy." And I'm like, "Yeah, you can't take her," because she tried to take her inside. I'm like, "They ain't gonna want that dog inside the house." So I took her back, and she was like, "Oh, okay. I love you. Bye."
Okay. Was the clothing handed off to Bree to take into the apartment?
Yes, it was.
And then did you have any direct contact with Mr. Dinkins or Andrea Culberson when you dropped the clothes off there at the apartment?
No, I just headed home.
All right. Let's discuss the weather.
Okay.
Tell us about the weather conditions that evening. What time do you believe you would have dropped clothing off there at the apartment complex?
Around about maybe a little before 6:30 or after 6:30ish.
Now let's go back to our state's exhibit 96-1. And then if you could, staying with page 3 of this exhibit, our last 3 entries, tell us what those time frames are for ingoing or outgoing calls. And let's be specific. All right, the first entry, is that an inbound call or an outbound call?
First entry here is an inbound call.
So who would have been making the call?
It would have possibly been, I'm not exactly sure.
Well, if you look in the left column, it will say calling number. What was the calling number?
Calling number was Dinkins' number.
All right. How long did that call last?
It lasted 123 seconds.
And then what time did that call come in?
About 6:03.
All right. And then our next entry, is that an inbound or an outbound call?
That's an outbound call.
Who's making that call?
I'm actually making that call at this moment.
And what's the time frame of that?
It is 6:21.
And how long does that call last?
241 seconds.
All right. So does this give us a perspective of when you would have been having conversations with Mr. Dinkins about where to go?
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
When you left the apartment complex, describe what developed.
Leaving the Jersey Meadows apartments.
Correct.
Well, I was gonna go to a friend's house because I thought I would have been able to beat the rain, but because it was just drizzling out, and then it started coming down, so I started coming back towards my mom's house, and I ended up getting caught and I couldn't see, so I ended up pulling over until it slowed down a bit, and I called my mom and told her that I pulled over because the rain was coming down too bad and I couldn't see.
Okay. What street were you heading down when this heavy rainstorm broke out?
I was heading on 53rd.
Okay. And then how far were you traveling east toward Bettendorf or west the other direction towards your mom's apartment complex?
West towards my mom's apartment complex.
Where did you have to pull over because the rainstorm was so heavy you couldn't see?
I had pulled over over by there's like this, it's like a liquor store, and then there's a apartment complex, like a candlelight apartment complex over there, and there's north across the street up there.
And when you say north, are you talking about North High School?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What did you do then because it was so heavy, the rain was so heavy?
I sat in the car, listened to my music, playing with the dog, and I had called my mom and told her I had got caught in the rain.
Okay.
And I told her I'd be home as soon as the rain slowed down a little bit to where I was able to see.
All right. How long, if you have any idea, but how long did you have to sit there before you were able to start driving again?
Maybe estimate probably like 10, 15 minutes or so.
All right. And was it an extremely heavy rainstorm during that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Does that become something that is very relevant to discovers once Briasia's body was found? And if you don't know the answer to that, that's just fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You just know that it was raining really hard on July 9th.
Yeah, it was getting down out there.
Okay. What happened next?
I got once it slowed down a bit. I drove back to my mom's house, and when I came in, I instantly just grabbed my covers and I laid on the couch with the dog, and my older son had laid right in front of the couch in front of me, and I just went to sleep.
Okay. Did you sleep through the evening?
Yes.
Were you scheduled to work on July 10th?
I was scheduled to work at 11 to 8.
Okay. And did that end up changing?
Yes, it did.
We won't discuss that just yet, but let me ask you this. After you went down on the couch at your mother's on July 9th, was there any attempted communication by your children, either of your two children, over at Henry Dinkins' apartment and yourself?
I didn't have any contact, but when I had woke up to use the restroom, I noticed that I had a missed call or two from Dinkins' number.
Okay. And then did you answer either of those calls?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to return the call?
I believe I tried to return the call. I'm not quite sure. And I sent a text message because I also think that a text message was sent to me too.
Okay. And who?
One of my kids. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. All right. Did you respond thinking in kind that it was one of your children?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go back to State's Exhibit 96-1. And let's go to our next entries. Now, as we look at the next page in that center section, how many entries do we have highlighted for July 9th?
We have 3.
All right. Our first entry, who's the calling number?
Calling number is Dinkins. I think it's 911.
All right. Then our next entry.
The calling number is Dinkins' numbers again.
What time?
It was 9:13.
What was the time elapsed between the first call and the second call?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
What was the time elapsed between the first call and the second call?
The time, that's 9:12.
Okay, so just a little over a minute?
Yes.
All right, and then our third entry, what's the calling number?
The third entry, that's the calling number is it's my cell phone number, 676-4247.
And then who are you calling?
Dinkins' phone.
All right, and then what time do you make that call?
I made that call at 9:16.
Was that call answered?
No, it wasn't.
So therefore, then, is it important to look at text communications that occurred relative to your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and let's set that exhibit aside for the time being.
Okay.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96.2. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 96.2, and I'd like for you to take a look at that document. For purposes of our record, this consists of 3 pages, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Langford, as you look at this, do you recognize the various text messages within this document?
I do.
Okay. Whose telephone number were these text messages either sent to or received from?
They were sent to, sorry. It looked like I was messaging a friend and
we're not going to talk about the specifics, but are these text messages that came in on your phone or that were sent from your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they cover the dates of July 8th through July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 96-2, consisting of pages 1 through 3.
96-2 will be admitted.
All right. We're going to work from the back page forward.
Okay.
Do our earlier dates start at the back page?
Yes, it does.
All right. Now, Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Okay. All right. Looking at this particular exhibit, how many entries do we have on page 3?
We have 2.
Okay, let's look at our earliest entry. What's the date and time for that text message?
It is July 8th, 2020 at 10:55 p.m.
Now, do you see just below that what would be a UTC time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand UTC time?
No, ma'am.
That's all right. I'll have an officer speak to that. But is it documenting a time based on UTC time? From?
Dinkins.
Okay. And what does that text say?
It says call me.
All right. Now let's go to the next entry. What's our date for that?
The next date is July 9th, 2020 at 10:45.
Who is sending that text?
Down, Dinkins.
All right. And what's the nature of the text?
It looks like we were establishing exactly how long the tourists would be there.
And what does Mr. Dinkins indicate as far as the time frame that he was going to keep DL?
I'm keeping him for 3 to 5 days.
Let's go to page 2 of that document. Now, working our way from the bottom up. What's the nature of the text communication that's occurring between yourself and Mr. Dinkins? And if you could, tell us who's sending it, the date, and what's being said. And just read through all of those entries, working from bottom to top, that would be applicable.
Okay, so I got a sent message from Dinkins, July 9th, 2020 at 11:28 a.m.
That's UTC
Oh,
time?
I'm sorry. Yes, UTC time. Sorry. No, I had sent that message to him. I do apologize.
Sure.
It was me stating that I would bring Detorius some clothes and that Detorius was going to love that to be able to spend time with him and for him to send me some pictures.
Sure. Next entry.
The next entry is July 9th, 2020 at 11:31 a.m.
UTC time?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
And it looked like a message that was coming from Dinkins' phone. It states, I'm with his dad.
Okay. Did DL have a nickname?
Yes, he did.
What was his nickname?
Dink.
Okay. Our next entry?
Next entry is July 9th, 2020 at 11:36 a.m. UTC time. A message was sent. I was saying, okay.
Continue.
Okay. Am I going just reading the Henry Dinkins messages or also friends?
Just read the messages between yourself and Mr. Dinkins.
Okay. And then it looks like July 9th, 2020 at 2:50 p.m. UTC time. I got a message from Dinkins asking if I was off. And then July 9th, 2020 at 2:51 p.m. UTC time. Dinkins had text again and asked what time was I getting off. And I sent the message back July 9th, 2020 around 3:31 p.m. UTC time stating, for what they giving you problems.
Okay, and explain that.
Well, I had put 4 because we were busy, so I was a quick text. So I was like, okay, I get off at 4. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, why are you trying to get in contact with me? Are they giving you a problem or something?
Okay, so you were wondering if the children were being ornery?
Yeah, because he was asking, like, was I off? And I'm like, okay, well, at work, and I'm gonna bring up some clothes.
Sure, go ahead.
And let's see, I got July 9th, 2020 at 4:20 p.m. UTC time. Sent message. It looks like it was about. It says, "How about you just hit me because I hit your phone twice already."
Okay. And then were you sending that message to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Explain why you sent that text.
Because I want to say that he may have called me or something. Not exactly sure. I can't say for sure, but may have called or something that he wasn't answering, and I was at work, and I'm just like, just hit me whenever you're able to get a chance to.
What's our next entry?
Next entry is inbox July 9th, 2020 at 5:26 p.m. UTC time. Dinkins texted me telling me that it should ring.
Okay, and then from there?
I sent message at 5:26 p.m. UTC time. I told him okay. And then it looks like July 9th, 2020 at 9:13 p.m. UTC time. A message said, "Good night, Mom."
And then do you respond to that message, "Good night, Mom"?
I respond to it, "Good night, I love you, Bree and Dink."
Okay, now let's focus on those times. UTC time, what I'd like for you to do is to subtract 5 from the time that's reflected. Are they accurate? Okay. Oh, hold on, give me a moment. Let me just double check to see if these are accurate for the time. Oh, you know what? They are accurate for the time. Okay, all right, so they are accurate for the time. Go ahead. What time does that come in then? Good night, Mom.
Let's see, that one comes in at 9:13 p.m.
Gotcha. All right, from there then?
From there, at 9:16 on July 9, 2020, I sent a message saying, "Good night, I love you, Branding." And then July 10th, 2020, at 8:08 a.m. UTC time, Dinkins text telling me to call him.
All right. And then I need to correct something for the record. So it looks like we actually have accurate times here. We don't have to worry about the UTC time. So then your first text from Henry Dinkins came in at what time on July 10th?
On July 10th, to call me, it came in at, it looks like 8:08 a.m. Yes, 8:08 a.m.
All right. Put that aside, and we're going to discuss another topic. What ended up happening on July 10th relative to your work schedule?
Well, I had got woken up. My boss had called and asked, could I come in? He probably called me about like maybe 7:42, 7:45-ish. Asked, could I help come open up the store? They needed some openers. And I brushed my teeth and rushed out the door. I made it to Checkers maybe 7:59, 8 o'clock, 8:01, and clocked in.
And then when you got there to Checkers, did you clock in?
Yes, I clocked in, and then I got on the grill, and I got the text message, and I was trying to call.
All right. As we look at State's Exhibit 38, the area that you've circled where your mother was at, were you at that residence the entire time from when you got home after dropping off the children until you had to go into Checkers that morning?
Yes.
All right. And so was your cell phone always at that location?
Yes, it was.
And so therefore, with your cell phone at that location, can we assume that your cell phone would have never moved during that period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 95-1 and 95-2. Okay. May I approach?
You may.
Ms. Langford, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits -95-1 and 95-2. I want you to look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize it.
Okay. Just in general, what does this group exhibit consist of?
My work schedule for the week.
Okay. Would that encompass the date of July 9th of 2020 and July 10th
Yes.
of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. You want me to read the times?
Yeah, and just give me a moment if you could.
Okay.
Give me a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Langford, we're going to set that aside for the time being. I'll come back to that particular exhibit. I've got to do some checking on something. But at any rate, did you have a work schedule that showed that you were working on July 9th and July 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you were at work and we see that entry for July 10th at 8:08, what developed from that point moving forward?
At work? Or
Yeah.
just a day periodically? Well, so at 8:08, I had got a text that said, call me. I was trying to call Mr. Dinkins' phone. No answer. I want to say I called him twice. And then I sent a text message. And I told him that I wasn't going to play telephone. Call me when you get this message. I'm at work. And seconds later, he called me right back. And he asked me, was Bree with me? And I said, what do you mean is Bree with me? She wouldn't stay the night with you. I'm at work. That would make sense. And he was like, well, I just woke up and she's gone.
I want to be very clear about that. Did he tell you that he just woke up and discovered that she was gone?
Yes, he did.
Did that conversation then occur after that first contact in your phone log showing that he called you at 8:08 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
When he told you that he just woke up and that Bree was gone, what was your reaction?
It was more just a feeling. The feelings had took over a lot and emotions, and I was just yelling on the phone like, "Well, did you look around?" You know, because I kind of chucked it off because like it didn't make any sense. Like, stop playing. You know, like how you just wake up and she's just gone, like she's just not there in the house. And I was asking about, of course, Andrea and Detorius because they were in the house as well. He was like, I don't know. I just woke up and she wasn't there, and I'm like, well, have you called the police? And he's like, I'm going down there right now because he was saying he was looking for her. And I'm like, well, why are you looking for her? And that's when I got the texting family members, let them know that Henry had lost Breasia, and it didn't sound right. And my uncle insisted that I called the police, and I was at work and I was just crying, and I called the police, and I was trying to describe Mr. Dinkins to the person that I was talking to on the phone, and they stated that there was no one down there that made a call or anything like that. So I had to get off the phone with them because I had to scroll through and get Mr. Dinkins' number because they were asking questions I didn't know. I didn't know what she was in. I didn't know what took place that night.
I'll go ahead.
Sustain.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and ask another question. And so then anyway, when you were communicating with someone, was that an individual at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what types of questions were they asking?
And I didn't know what she was wearing. I know what I saw her in that night when I dropped off clothes, but I didn't know what she was wearing for the day. I couldn't be exact of the apartment because I didn't come in the apartment. I just pulled in front, and only he could have answered those. So I gave the lady the number that I had for his contact.
Okay. Would that have included the number that is reflected in your telephone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And then can you read that number into the record once again?
Yes. It's 563-726-4078.
When you provided that telephone number to, were you talking with a female or a male there at the Davenport Police Department?
I think I talked to both females.
Okay. And so let's clarify this. Initially, what number did you dial?
I called 911.
Describe what happened when you called 911.
I called 911 and I told her that my daughter was missing. Dinkins said that, you know, he woke up and she just wasn't there. And they told me, she said something about switching me over, and I got switched over to someone.
Okay. Would that have been a representative of the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, like a non-emergency or something like that.
Sure. And then during this second contact, is this where you were being asked various questions in the process of trying to gather information?
Yes.
Okay. Then once you provided Mr. Dinkins' telephone number to the lady there at the Davenport Police Department, what did she indicate that she was going to do?
She told me that she was...
Your Honor, Mona Varelli has already testified.
There's no objection. Ms. Cunningham, you responded.
Your Honor, Mona Varelli has already testified to this. So this testimony has come in, and we've had that individual present in court. So at this point in time, the concerns about hearsay do not exist because we've had that individual testify.
Excuse me?
Villa, are you talking about who called the police first? Because I don't think Dinkins ever called the police.
Dinkins never filed the police report. Only the mother did.
He never went to the police station. Yeah. He called the mother. He was supposed to go to the police station. He never did. So Dinkins never called the police.
He told the mother he was on his way to the police department and never showed up because she asked, did he come in? Is he there to, So she's the first person that notified the police. And that was probably 9 o'clock or something like that?
Yeah.
And then they don't see a police officer until probably 10 or 11.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. We're going to get through with the mom's testimony, then we're going to call it a day until tomorrow.
Microphone so I can hear.
That is cumulative and redundant.
Overruled.
You may answer.
So what? I'm sorry.
Sure. And the lady that you spoke with at the Davenport Police Department, what did she indicate she was going to do?
She stated that she was going to get in contact with him to be able to get that correct address because all I had was an apartment, like a name. And because that's all I could remember. And she told me that she was going to call him and she was going to get the information. And I was crying. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? And she told me to stay at my job and wait. And someone will contact me or someone will come up to my job.
Okay, all right. By virtue of that directive, is that what you did initially?
That's what I did initially, yes. And my boss said, as I was sitting in the back, because I couldn't work, I was just crying because, you know, I felt a crazy feeling. And so he was like, if that was my daughter, I would be down there at the police department. And I'm like, right.
Under this response is beginning narrative, is getting into hearsay, and I object and ask that another question be asked.
Sustained.
Okay, and then relative to the conversation that you had with your boss, did that direct the course of your conduct?
Yes, and I left.
Okay, all right. Now we're going to stop there. Have you had a chance to review the conversation that was recorded between yourself and the dispatcher when you called 911?
No.
No, have you had a chance to hear it?
I heard a little bit of it.
Okay, and then did you recognize your voice in that call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when you had a chance to listen to this, was this the conversation you would have had with the dispatcher?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record reflect on showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 77. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 77. Is this the exhibit or disc that you had a chance to listen to recognize your voice and know that this was the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the State will move to introduce State's Exhibit number 77.
No objection.
Exhibit 77 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish State's Exhibit 77?
You may.
Okay.
What's the emergency?
Oh, well, I'm on my way back to my house. I took this early at 21 East Locust.
Okay, you cut out. What's going on?
I'm on my way back to my inspectors at 1721 East Locust Street.
1721 East Locust. What's going on?
Well, my daughter was staying the night with my son's dad and my son, and I had went into work, and he had just called me and told me that he don't know how long she's been gone, nor what the hell she has on. She was last over by Jersey Meadows apartment.
How old is she?
She's only 9.
Okay, so you want to report her as missing?
Yes, because he doesn't know how long she's been gone, nor what she has on, or where she's even going. I haven't even got a call from her or anyone else.
You can file that report. Do you have something to write with?
Yes.
It's 563-326-7979.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Now you do notice that they walk away from the witness.
Oh yeah.
They don't want the witness to hear what they're talking about.
Right. I got a feeling they about to break though.
I'd already called them about 500 fat bastards and everything else on that witness stand. That fat bastard did it every single time.
Truth. Did he get the death penalty?
Huh?
Should he get?
You said should he get the death penalty?
Yes, that's what I said.
Well, um, I don't believe in the death penalty. That's why you asking me that. And the thing about it is, there's two reasons why I don't believe in the death. Well, I don't, necessarily believe in the death penalty. For one, it's a killing. We're not supposed to kill. But for two, I think that when a person commits a crime such as this, the death penalty is the easy way out. I think that, being executed, you don't have to spend years and years and years in prison. I think that a person needs to sit. Well, it kind of depends on the person because a lot of those, people that be in and out of jail, they get complacent with jail. Like they can really do jail or prison. Um, Trey, you know what? To be honest, in cases like this, I kind of question myself as far as the death penalty. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't want him reliving it. I don't want him to lie. I don't want him to think about it 1 second longer than he has to. I don't want him reliving it. I don't want him thinking about that little girl. I want him gone.
I sometimes question my stance on the death penalty. This would be one of those cases. She was 10, Villa. Who said now she's 9. Did anyone know her age? I thought she was 10, maybe about to be 11. She was between the 10 and 11. But I don't know. Sometimes I question myself. I with the death penalty because in certain cases that where the crime is it's such as this. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, Trey. But you fucking with me. You just really fucking with me right now. That's okay. That's all right.
At this time, we will take our afternoon break. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, so the judge has asked the lawyer, how much more do you have for her? How
Right.
much longer do you think you'll be? And if she said, well, I don't know, it could be another 40 minutes, it could be an hour. So he's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, let's convene and come back for that.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, you know what? Let me tell you something. Those they say that the inmates that do harm to children, maybe the elderly, or commit rape, they do say they suffer in prison. So I don't know, but yeah. So we're gonna end it right there for today, y'all. And I'm gonna come back in tomorrow morning, and we're gonna listen to the continuation of her testimony. We're gonna listen to her cross examination, and we're also gonna listen to Miss Andrea. Okay. Um, that's where I want to at least be tomorrow. So, um, anybody on the panel got anything to say before we get out of here? This has been 5 hours, y'all. 5 hours. I'm glad I did the 5 hours. Y'all got anything to say? Fawn dropped out. I don't know if she's still listening. Maybe want to hit the link to say something. I'm gonna drop it. Um, Trey or D True, y'all got anything to say before we get out of here?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good too.
It's a
I'm good.
lot. It's a lot.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
people are like looking at it like, I want to blame the mom. I want to blame, you know, did she
yeah.
know? Did she know? I mean, there's a lot of situations that go with that.
Right.
Did she know? Did she think? Did she say, well, he never showed that to me? I mean, it's hard. That woman has been through enough than to
Yeah.
have
I
people.
don't. I don't really like to blame the parent. The mom. I don't want to blame her. I feel like she made some bad decisions, and we all make them as parents. But I just
Well,
because this is the thing. No matter what decision she made, as far as this whole situation, he had no right. He had no fucking right. And every adult is culpable for their own decision. You know what I'm saying? So even if she knew that he was what he was, it still was left up to him not to bother or mess with that child or kill her. You know what I'm saying?
the
I
you
don't
know
know.
the whole thing about leaving the other child behind, the older child, you know, tells me that he had this planned.
I think so. The fact that when we go back and the older child asked to come, and he lied. Well, I don't know if he said that, but if he did, he lied and said there wasn't enough room in the car for the older child to come. I
Yeah,
think he knew the truth. He knew he was gonna do
yeah,
something to that baby.
yeah. He did. I think
Because
he
that
had.
older brother, see, Bree was
Yeah,
the L's protector, right?
yeah. But
Bree
that
was the
older,
L's protector.
but that
That
older
older
brother,
was
it was.
both of their protector. He was Bree's protector.
Yeah, but the thing about it is now you have, he's thinking now I have two people that I can't wake up, or I can't sneak around behind. Now I got to worry about
Exactly.
two
He
people.
knew
So
exactly what he was doing. He knew
I
exactly
believe
what
so.
he was doing.
I believe this was premeditated. I
Yes.
believe he saw the situation, because at first it was just going to be the boy,
Right.
and then when the boy said, "Hey, you know, can my sister come?" and he was probably just, yeah, okay,
We
yeah,
don't know
yeah,
that,
yeah.
Avila. Maybe it's gonna be in future testimony, but as far as that, I don't know that yet. I don't know that yet, Villa. But we're gonna get into it. This is one fun, Barry. If you're listening, I'm gonna see throughout the whole thing. Yeah. I'm not sure if he did that or not. Maybe it's gonna come up in further testimony. I don't know. But he's sick. He is sick. And he does not ever, 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 ever need to have a chance to do this to a child again. Ever. And so that's why I say sometimes I don't know. I don't know about the death penalty and what I feel about it, because cases like this, it makes me physically sick. Like for real. But anywho, we're gonna get out of here, y'all. I think ebooks told me 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Central for a trade. Let me see. A trade going live. Let me check right quick. But I do want y'all to know that when Trey completes his live, we're gonna do a sleepover. So Trey is at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8:30 Eastern. We're gonna go over there to State Land and get into it, and then once Trey gets his live, I'm going to go live on my T channel. I have some things I need to uh, talk about. You too. Hopefully you will make it. I know
Uh-oh.
it's been some long days, and I know you.
You gonna talk about me? You talking about me?
Oh no, we're not gonna talk about you.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I was
people.
going to say, oh shit.
Oh no, we're not gonna
Talk
talk
about
about
me.
you. We're gonna talk about some times.
What did I do? That's what I want to know. I
No,
was getting ready
I'm
to say,
just
what did
saying
I
I
do?
don't know if you're gonna make it.
No,
Trey.
I do have some actual things that are in the works right now that I want to that I've been trying to do for a while, just to let you know.
Okay.
So
Something as
I'll
far as
text you.
commentary.
I'll text you. No.
Oh, okay, okay,
I'll
yeah.
text you. I'll text you.
All right. All right, so thank you, D Truth. Thank you, Trey, for hitting the link. Thank you, Fawn Bear, for coming up. I appreciate y'all for sticking to y'all. We've been on here for 5 hours. And so I'm proud of that, And I thank everybody that stuck around and supported and participated in the chat. I honestly do appreciate y'all for supporting this hashtag content that matters. Somebody please cut those. Yeah, they look a mess, I swear. But anywho, we'll be back. Trey is coming on at 7:30. Do you know when you're going live again, D True? Do you have any
I
idea?
it won't be this weekend. I know that,
Oh, okay,
and I
okay.
agree. They should cut them dookie braids off.
Yeah, you look a mess. Oh my God. Okay, so we'll be over in State Land at 7:30. Somebody may go live before. I know 6ix9ine is probably live right now with her
Yeah,
music.
she hit 1,000 yesterday, so she's
Yes, I gotta congratulate her. So,
yeah.
we're gonna go
So
over there and check out 6ix9ine Music Live, which I always cook to. I always cook my dinner to her music live. So, yeah. So y'all go check out 6ix9ine. Um, and we'll be in State Land at 7:30, and then I'm going to go live after that for
you
a
know,
spin.
can you let Villa know that we don't bite and we appreciate people that do contribute
Absolutely,
to the
she's listening.
commentary. Yeah,
Yeah,
we don't bite and we enjoy company. So if you ever want to
exactly.
hit
We
that
like
link,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
and want to hit
ex-
that link, we don't bite, man. Well, Trey bites, but we don't bite.
yeah. We try to keep him in the cage over there. Thank you to everybody saying
I heard y'all right.
we can barely hear you. I
Yeah, I
mean,
know.
but
You know,
anywho, we're gonna get.
it's pretty sad when your connection is worse than Juicy K's.
Oh Lord. All right, yeah, we're gonna get out. But listen, I probably will be coming back. I know for sure tomorrow morning and also probably Sunday morning, so we can kind of catch up on this case and keep it moving or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to the True Tipper, shout out to State Gang, shout out to D True, Money Boy Trey, Farmberry, everybody that supported this live. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. And until tomorrow on this channel. Yeah, I'll see y'all later tonight. And yeah, I love y'all and I appreciate y'all, okay? Y'all stay safe, stay blessed, and never stressed, okay? Thank you, Be True. Trey is gone, of course. We been Access my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better. We been Access my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, Access my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, things for better. We Access my regular. I'm talking things for better. Oh, things